Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Welcome everyone to the coach's desk. This is where you get your sporting experience. Really appreciate you stopping by to be on this show tonight, and we're endeavor to continue to, you know, give you a good platform so that you can share your voice through the call-in segment, um, or you can join in the comment section. If you're moving and you aren't able to do that, then of course you can simply listen. All right. So big up yourself, people. Those who are in North America, and when I say North America, you know the Canadians, you know the 50 odd states in the United States. Yeah, man, the whole massive, the whole crew. You understand? Definitely. Really appreciate the support. Big up to the persons who would have been, in the past few days, who have become a member of the coach's desk. Yeah, man. These people are called the erudites. Yeah, man. Big them up. So we have man like Jaquim Guzman out of California, Neo Sovereign, the resident attorney. We have Shatta, the artificial intelligence. Mike Larry, big up yourself. And of course, Jason Ferran, sample man. Yeah, man. Big up on yourself. All these persons would have signed up to be members of the coach's desk. I really appreciate it. Big up to the 14 parishes of Jamaica. Yeah, man. The people them tuning. So big up. Big up the whole of UK. See my brother just jump on. Big up the UK. Yeah? Big up the whole Europe. Big up, yo, whole I place them. Africa. All of these places. Caribbean, Cayman Islands especially, Bahamas. Big up on yourself. You know what I mean? So we have some things to talk about, people. Of course, as you can see in the title, marketing manager resigned. I wonder why. And then we're going to make an assessment of the players that played today. And of course, we'll be talking about the Jamaican Premier League. That's the first thing we'll be talking about. Big up to Managerial, I Am Sure Sports. Big up to Ryan LFC. And big up to Talawa TV. The girl Crystal. Yeah, man, we're just on our show just now. You know, we'll have a vibe from there where we'll have vibes from I Am Sure Sports channel, Mannings Man. And then we jump over, you know what I mean? So, yeah. So, of course, you know, today is the final of the Jamaican Premier League. I see some messages coming in. What go on, I say? Oh, seeing? Yeah, man, big up. So, see me all thought the same thing I just said a while ago. All right, so the Jamaican Premier League final was today, right? And we have to talk about the first game that was played. What? No, not Waterhouse and Cavalier. No, the first game, Mount Pleasant. Yeah, man, the Mount Pleasant they played the third place playoff. Mount Pleasant against Tivoli Gardens. Yeah? And Tivoli Gardens and Mount Pleasant were locked at 1 apiece when full time and extra time. It went into the dreaded penalty, and Tivoli Gardens prevailed 4-3 in that encounter. Now, the finals, very good game. I had my eyes on the game. Very good game. I like how the game was played. The youngsters really stepped up. They played some decent enough football. It was 1-1 as well. Cavalier took the lead from Topi in the 17th minute. And a red card. Finlayson of Waterhouse got a red card. And then Binns got a penalty in the 97th minute. Last kick of regulation time. And they went into extra time. Nobody was able to break that deadlock. Penalties was good. Was sudden death. The penalty even reached sudden death. And the Cavalier prevailed on penalties. So congratulations to Cavalier Football Club. Congratulations to Waterhouse FC, who reached the final as well. But big ups to Mr. Speed and the troops over there at Cavalier. They won this year's truncated version of the Jamaican Premier League. Yeah, man, it was a good look. It was a good look. Yeah? So big up to all the organizers and all the people who were integrally involved in the whole operation and runnings of the league. Good league. You know what I mean? Good league. Definitely. All right. So, some of the ballers them played today. Colin Anderson Shatter, I think so, you know. Yeah, man. If my memory serves me right, Colin. That name they sound like a player now. Yeah, man. I think him come on in a one time. Yeah, man. But we had some Reggae Boyz. Yes, Fresh God. You know, say him come on, man. Yeah, man. Respect. So we had a Reggae Boy man from Chalori, Shamar Nicholson people. Shamar Nicholson. The man scored today again. Albeit that his team was held to a 2-2 draw. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Big up to the man Bohoza. Can't stop score. Yeah. English Premier League. Everybody knows Man U are the thing. We weren't able to, kill off the game with Everton. Trust me. Yo, a problem. But try as best as possible to, still support the team. You know what I mean? Yeah, we loyal, switch. So Everton, Manchester United, 1-1. Burnley, Norwich, 0-0. Chelsea, 3-1 over Southampton. Leeds, 1-0 over Watford. Wolves, 2-1 over Newcastle. The other team, the Brighton and them draw. Arsenal, 2-0. Yeah? That was the outcome of those games today. And of course, you know that games will be on again tomorrow. I think there was this other player, I try to find the league, people. What's his name? I think a Blair Tugger. A Belgium in play. Let's see if I. No, a Sweden in play. Sweden. I soon come to the comments, people. I soon come to the comments. Soon forward to the comments. Just want to find out Reggae Boyz. We already told you about Bowser and Shamar Nicholson. All right, championship Fulham with Bobby Reid and Hector. Bobby Reid started. Fulham lost 4-1 to Coventry. Championship. Yeah. Blackpool with Kevin Stewart. They won 2-1. Reading, Junior Oiled, 1-0 over Cardiff. And of course, people, one person that we wanted to see back in the starting lineup, Liam Moore, put in a good shift, you know. But we'll be talking about that. Derby County, 0-0 with Swansea. So, not really going for Ravel. Preston and QPR with DJ and Jamal Lowe and Andre Gray. Sorry. Andre Gray. It was a win for QPR, 3-2 over Preston. Yeah, man, so the Reggae Boyz, they were in action, you know. League One now. League Two. You know, I try to find it. The other thing there with it's an app me I use, people, so I have to scroll through the leagues. Forgive me. Forgive me. I try to find Blair Turgot. Blair Turgot. Blair Turgot. I see you didn't play, I don't. Can't find it. Find all of the league. In the Scottish Premier League, Rangers didn't play. Probably they're playing tomorrow because they had a midweek game. They were beaten 1-0. All right, Osterson. Yeah, man. Turgot actually hit the back of the net. 1-1. The 43rd minute was an away goal for him. So big up to Blair Turgot. Man, continue to score. So we'll be going through those players' stats later on in the show. All right, that's pretty much it. Pretty much it. Let's get to some of the comments. Hold on, this one super chat there. Shatta, big up yourself. Shamar, I score even with a broken face. Yeah, man. Boza, go out things, man. All right, so SMM, big up yourself. Jay Soferan, big up yourself again. Kemar Carr, welcome. Shatta, resigned, quit, or fired. None of the above. My girl, that. Richie Richards, big up yourself, Richie. Well, go on, man. Andre Beckford, welcome. Man United failed to beat Everton, so coach is wearing blue. Cian Harrison, my brother, big up yourself from out in London, England. I don't know. Me switch to what? Chelsea out here. All right, West Ham, big up. Ravel will be available for the November window. It's just that Derby is in a tough situation with the 12-point deduction. So Wayne Rooney didn't agree for Ravel to sit out for the 5 to 10 days. All right, big up Fresh. I'm still shell-shocked after watching the Phoenix Academy press conference with the Honorable Bobsy Green. A few weeks ago, the JFF snuck in our big ballers as if they were Russian spies. I remember seeing that. People you can call in early. Kathleen Maxi, big up yourself and welcome. One Dan is saying, Tapa look for CDM, and one is on the Waterhouse team. He was the best player on the field today. Tapa not watching the league. No, man, he mean that the game, man. Oh, yeah, say one Dan. He mean that the game, man. Yeah, man. Yes. Shut up. Colin Anderson. We did make mention of that. Congrats to Sir Speed and the JFF Academy. Marvin Paul, big up yourself. Boza with a goal and assist. Yeah, man. Teddy Lee, Boza and Antonio Twin Tower. You switch Ryan Wamberg. Blair Turgat with a goal today, yeah. Man, you know, good, coach. All right, coach, no good. No. We have some good players. Bless up, coach. Jerome, big up yourself. Fred, if you just go on left my side, yeah? Was she fired or she resigned? Oh, you know, me things are over, say you talk, shut up. Me just pick up what you say. That's an interesting story, you know. Interesting story. Mark Chambers, up. Bobby Reed played in the number 10 role today. Daniel Johnson played in his usual number 10 today, yeah. Jordan Cousins and Anthony Grant played today, okay? Down at Sweden. Yeah, man. Yeah, me see it, Jason. We going into the qualifiers without our midfield and no CD on top. All right, Dr. Joyful. Sian Bowen. Big up, man. Man, you just need a coach. Of course, we think of that. Ian Campbell, big man. Big up yourself. Local players not good enough. The marketing manager recognized what is going on and resigned. JFF administration must resign too. Way up, bro. Keep up the good work. All right, Sian, big up yourself, man. The Reggae Boyz team need a coach. Lansley Blake, the marketing manager, did not have anything to market because the JFF does not have a World Cup program. JFF program is selling JFL players to make money. All right, Lansley. She was fired, but the writing should have been on the wall. It should be on the wall for all these years of time. Job badly done. Coach, what do you think about the Waterhouse Stadium? Him not bad. Him not bad, you know. But Whitmore, Coach Whitmore was there, you know, one done. JFF president was there and all. So they were watching the game, man. So they know what is happening. Yeah, man. They know what is happening. All right. Ishmael, big up yourself. Yes, Balakar, we talk about it, man. You just a jump in. Big up Balakar. Balakar, yeah, general, you know. Yeah, general in the comment section. So people, remember you can call in. I know some persons want to say some stuff that was on their minds from yesterday, but the calling section ended before you could have called. So you can call in pretty early. 21 minutes gone, 1 hour or 1.5 hour. Call in quickly so you can let your voice be heard, people. Yeah, man. Yeah, people. And hit the like button. Is this a new Boza? Is it the broken face fixed Boza's eyesight? It is a revelation for Boza. Let's see. No, but that happened before. Dr. Joyful. Remember the man are the only two player that scored two. We scored 2 goals in the qualify first round. And Boza got those 2 goals. So you can't say that Dr. Joyful. And he made a trick before. him coming at the qualifier. So Dr. Jaifu, you're not follow the thing, man. You're not following. Hence the reason you're talking these things that you're not supposed to be talking at the moment. No, Sayan. I don't think so. Many might think so, but no. Come on, people. The phone line is open, up and running. Up and running. You are free to call in. You're free to call in. Free to call in. Some people can't see past their biases. What you thought about Ishmael? Boys are going to be a great striker, no jokes. He's going and he's playing. Yeah, man. We said that long time, and it's just that he needs to sharpen up. And apparently that is happening. Yeah. You can call in, people. You can call in. All right, first call coming in. Caller, welcome. You're live.
Yeah, man, Balakar.
Oh, Balakar. Big up, man. What go on?
There, man.
Your brother score one.
I know my brother, man. I'm a baller, man.
No, man.
Yeah. The whole like Jamaican baller, them, you see me?
Mm.
Me just want to make, not to want to come from the program and say this still, but you see more while, the whole of the reason, more while you get caught up and we say things about the next player where we not to say. You see me? And then when time get the program done, look into yourself and say, no, so boy, I shouldn't say that boy that the player there and that. Because the player, the more while the player, the watch the show, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, we know so them watch it, man.
More while we just have to just know what we are saying.
Yeah.
You see me? Not talk about all of we. We're not going to start about me alone.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to start about Cataract alone. We're talk about everybody. More while we say things that we know to say. And even more while, when you are reading, we love how you tap them and say, yo, you can't say that about the player them and everything. You see me?
Yeah, man. We have to keep it because you can't criticize, you know, Balakar. We can't criticize, but when we ever get up in our feelings
no
and talk
disrespect.
certain things, yeah, we don't like the disrespect thing. So we
that's why even more while we just stay in that comment and watch, you know? So it's like the whole man the going at their feelings and then I just football we attack. Everybody have their own opinion.
Yeah, for real.
But as what you say, no, they can criticize the coach, but nobody disrespect. You understand?
Yeah, man. We don't like the disrespect.
Yeah, man. So I was that media calling the system.
Yeah,
man goes to sit up on the program, but basically the same thing.
Yeah, so, man. Big up Balakar.
I just jump back. Yeah, man.
Ah, cool. So Balakar, one of the big boss them on that program, and a big up Balakar, man. Good youth. I'm passionate about the thing, but I good youth same way. Alright, Kieran, big up yourself. Big up my Chelsea friend them, J MPEC, Jamaica Football Structure Week. Big up yourself, Kieran. I know you're tuning in. Alright, so big up yourself, J Dice. Big up yourself. Howard said somebody blocked him comment yesterday. Boy, Howard, you know, me not have no control over that, but I must say I apologize. Yeah? If that occurred. I apologize for that. This look like Mr. Tedley Wicks. Welcome, Mr. Tedley Wicks.
One love, how it is?
And the coach is this man. Richard in the building. What's
How
up?
it is?
Richard.
Wait.
Coach is this you calling Richard?
Give thanks up. May I hear some reverbs?
Yeah, because y'all listen to the program same time. I need to turn it down.
Yeah, man. Let's have this thing. I'm just testing the lines out.
Oh, okay, cool.
Let's keep it up, sir. Listen.
Yeah, man.
CD, I have been to the mountaintop.
Mm-hmm.
I have been to the mountaintop, sir. And when you see me, you will know why. And you will see why.
Yeah?
I have paperwork, tablets of wisdom, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I have stayed away and tried to let the dust settle. But whoever was on the phone last time, sir, I salute. Was that Teddy Lee?
No, the last call?
Yeah.
No, the last call is not Teddy Lee. It was Balakar.
All right. Well, whoever that last...
Balakar.
Mm-hmm. Balakar. All right. Well, Balakar, I salute Balakar. We need cool heads and passionate hearts.
Mm-hmm.
We need cool heads and passionate hearts. CD, this is only a game, after all. But if we're going to go deeper, and I feel that the discussion is going to go deeper, we need to look at a few things. And I hope the panelists, viewers, and subscribers are willing to take a walk and see the woods for the trees and can see some truths. Because my lord, this thing is getting serious.
Yeah, man.
Which is this?
Yeah, man.
Do you have any regrets? And do you yourself now regret and would demand a refund for believing Jamaica could win the Gold Cup this year?
No, I don't want a refund. You know, I was one of them that was saying that we should use it to prepare for the World Cup qualifiers. Then persons were saying that we could win because you should not go into a competition and not wanting to win. The aim is to win the competition. So I basically jumped on that wagon. But deep down, I wanted all the players to come in. And probably because all the players did not come in, I start say, all right, I could win the chat. I could try win it. But I wanted to see all the players so we could, you know, get what could I say? Get the chemistry and the gelling together. But that never happened because some players' documentation was not ready at the time and a whole lot of other things. So on that premise, I don't know. Refund, it was a good shot. And it was good because being that we were kicked out the time we did, it actually showed us that we weren't where we want to be. You understand? Richard, is still there?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, sir. I think I understand that. But hear what? Would you say that, and this is what we may have to explore amongst other issues that no doubt will come up this evening. Would you say that all of those supporters of Theodore Tepper Whitmore who subscribe to his selection of the 23/24-man squad, which includes, by the way, around 10 UK-based or UK-born players representing Jamaica, do you believe that all of those who support Theodore Tepper Whitmore right now are to be thrown under the proverbial Juta buses?
do you think that they are now archaic and they need to get on board because the times are a-changing?
That's a tough question. You know, me not really throw nobody under the bus, Richard. You know my stance when it come on to this type of old thing.
Yes, I do. And full respect to I'm glad you made that distinction. I'm not pointing fingers at you, CD. I salute. But go ahead.
But throw the supporters of coach under the bus. I'm not for that either. Because if I say I'm supporting the team, whichever 24 or whichever 30-man squad, people will probably want to throw me under the bus. But me is a ardent fan, so I have to support whichever team goes out there. So to say throw them under the bus, I don't know if I will subscribe to that aspect of the argument. But I kind of get where you come from still.
All right, sir. Well, listen, hopefully we will be able to take this on and discuss it a little more. I will allow other callers to have their say. But I have been startled. I have kept silent, listened, digested many a show, and I really see that things have become ever more polarized, and certain people are falling far, far, far from where they once were. And if you're in Tupper's corner, as it were, supporting the national manager and supporting the Jamaican football team, if you do not belong to a particular school of thought, and I say again, there are changing times. Jamaica still has a great crop of players, but for the manager to be almost, well, even more disrespected than when I first joined the Jamaican footballing wagon, I think we have things to discuss, and I look forward to hearing other people's views. CD, I salute, and I will catch you later, sir.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Richard. Thanks for calling.
Guidance, no problem, sir.
All right.
Blessed.
Cool. So there you have it, Mr. Richard himself, Mr. Tiddlywinks. So as I said before, people, the line is open. You can always call. And tune in if you're not tuning in, but you can call in at the same time. All right, so let me jump back into some of the comments. Agree with Equalizer versus Manuel. Andrew Williams said, I watched Shamar today and realized that he always finds himself in the right positions. He just needs to work on his finishing. Good goal and assist today, Shamar. All right. Hats off to Shamar and Nicholson. He's playing well. All right. So both get the kudos them now. Coach, CR7 wasn't happy today when the game finished. Ole is turning world-class players into bugs. DJ Liverpool, what's up? Top show, top boss. Big up yourself, man. No comments were blocked? Okay, Fresh God. So Howard Chin, Fresh God is telling me that no comments were blocked yesterday. I probably something more yeah right on YouTube. It inappropriate on YouTube just block it. Cause them do them thing that you know. And I'm not sure. But if Fresh God said nobody never blocked no comment and you say a comment was blocked, probably it's YouTube. The campaign continues. Pagan. Alright, Andre Williams, big up. Sonia Boy, yes, Ian Campbell, tapas. Oh. Claudine, what's up? Welcome. Cause nothing about Manu till me see what Liverpool did to man. Alright. Tapa is a. Alright. Andre Williams, here we go again. Richard equal MLK. I have been to the mountaintop. The Martin Luther King. Balakar. Big up Shamar Nichols. He is currently playing some good football for both club and country. Of course. Kimol, Kermol. Is Sir Richard a poet? Yeah, man. Sir Richard look like him do some more writing, man. He need the man literature, man. The man literature up. Yes, man. And of course, you know, we're not the land of the English. So you know it up to. Can anyone explain why Akka is playing and Ravel is not? Ishmael King, the color blue is in fashion. Coach, me personally love that program and me watch it till me. all right, watching. Big up, man. Big up. Appreciate that. But Howard, me that say somebody else, Fresh God, who is the captain of the comment section, you know. He's saying that no comments were deleted. So I wonder if something inappropriate did that type, and I'm asking. So me now say that I ask. Understand? And here Shatta says some comments will not appear if it contains certain words, not blocked. Is this what happened, Howard? Yes. See the question there. Say and total agree. Tapa must go. Yesterday the chat was going quick and fast. It probably was a mistake for you being blocked. I believe we can top the CONCACAF region with a good coach. That's a major blunder. We did not leverage the GC for World Cup qualifiers. We simply will not make it to the World Cup with Tapa's coach, and it hurts me to know this. Hello, your answers are leaving Richard speechless, coach. Looks a pagan. All the words were proper shortages. I did not write anything slanderous. Okay. I can't say then, Howard. I can't say. But like I said before, I do apologize if that occurred. And just bear in mind that sometimes comments get lost via YouTube. Now send it out depending on what is in it. Or as someone said, the amount of comments that probably were coming through, we weren't able to see. I don't know. I don't know if the comment was blocked. Because sometimes what I see on the screen as well is comments with, what do you call it, inappropriate language that YouTube will put up to me that if I should allow it. Yes, I know. I did not see any of those come up yesterday. So I don't know what happened. All right, so Clive Smith, welcome. Coaching the JPL final, you could see the Waterhouse keep coach make adjustment. You never sit ever make adjustments. So you have better local coach on top of. All right, Clive Smith. I saw that as well. Where am I? Where am I in the comment section? Okay. Yes, Richard, the times are changing, but our JFF isn't adaptable enough. Mark Plunkett, what's up? Big up yourself. Welcome. Match Interview Express, big up. What's the main issue that's affecting the squad's output on the pitch? Probably tactics, probably chemistry. I don't know. Could be a myriad of things. At watching, sometimes YouTube block out some things, good or bad. So maybe that was what took place, and this happens a numerous amount of time in texting something. Caller, good night. Welcome, you're live.
Yeah, good night. Coach Minzy.
Yes, man. Big up yourself. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Here more after breaking, right? Listen to Tafa interview, right? And he mentioned Grant. Yeah, so he's fully aware of the importance of a player like Grant within the side. Yeah.
Say that again. I didn't hear that last part.
Why is it that?
Repeat.
Yeah, coach, you can hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, listen to Papa interview, and Papa mentioned Grant. You understand? So he has acknowledged the importance of the work that Grant is putting out on the field. Right? So Grant is not available.
Yes.
So why not have a I believe, you understand, Haka in some sense is the replacement for Grant not being available, because I mean, based on listening to the show on USA Midfield, you understand? I have a question to ask you before I make this comment. USA is a better team than Panama?
I would say yes.
Question, coach.
I would say yes.
All right, fine. So after the game, I think they interviewed Liam Moore, and he mentioned that the middle was open. You understand? And everything was coming through the middle. Right? So what I'm saying is he going to go there with that same game plan of leaving the middle exposed to a superior midfield? You understand? Expecting a different result because the back line might be a little bit stronger. Or you understand what I'm saying? So more know what's the next thing, coach. Jamaica is a team where we don't have ball possession, brethren.
Yeah,
so if we don't have ball possession, it makes sense to have some man on the field that are natural ball winners. You understand? You can't wait until the ball reach all the way down the defense. Then you understand, because ball winning to tackle is a skill. Just like to take on 2-3 players and beat them is a skill. You understand what I'm saying, Virgin? So we need somebody in the middle. You understand? Even half as good as Grant to read the passes, intercept the passes, and create turnover, Virgin. You understand? And him see it in Grant. You understand? So I'm surprised. Have nobody. You understand? The only person he has that when we see Haka, and I don't know if anybody else can go in the middle apart from Haka, Virgin. So just give me your opinion on what I'm saying. Is there anybody else we can put in a defensive makeshift role? You understand? Versus using 3 attacking midfielders and hope that they put in enough defensive work to take off pressure off your defender, them, Virgin.
Yeah, you see, based on what the coach said, I think he has no problem with playing without a CDM. Because he said that Speedy and Johnson complement each other, and that can be a good combination for him. So in terms of having an outright CDM, I'm not certain if he's one that is afraid where that is concerned. He's quite afraid where that is concerned. You know what I mean? So I believe that he probably employed the strategy of bringing on Javon Watson when the team probably is honestly, I'm not sure. But what I could surmise is that it might start Aka, or it might bring him on late. One out of the two.
So do you think it's a good idea to start against the USA without a defensive midfielder?
No, I don't think so. So there again, he might start.
All right.
But he's not that fit. So okay. I'm wondering where, although he has been putting in some work, but that's not competitive. That's on the training pitch.
So I have a question for you. Is there anybody else that, again, we use this word makeshift? You understand? Me, your formula, I use it all the time. Is there anybody else that can be placed in a defensive midfield role? In your opinion?
No, I've not seen anybody now. Because if it was a case where you need one, probably in the JPL, but then again, persons are going to say they are not ready for international football. And what I don't believe that the coach wants to do is to inject a new player into this critical stage of the competition. Hence the reason why I believe that he has not chosen a different personnel from since Grant is unavailable.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Okay. And one more thing.
Yeah, man. Finally,
yeah. I mean, yeah, man. He's saying that he pretty much he's a manager and he not get a chance to coach because the players them the time and get the players them. What about in game coaching? Coaching is only in practice. What about the actual game? You understand? The coaching job.
Yeah, that's a good point that you make there. But I think he's right. But the only thing is that he manages the player to play a particular system or style of play. And in the game, then you have the in-game coaching. So you're right on that one.
Okay.
So big up yourself, man, and thanks for calling.
Yeah, man. No, have a good night.
Yeah, man. Cool. So yes, I watched the JPL final today, Mr. Smith. I did. But was a big baller and goal scorer. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Big up to Mr. Spade. And probably still a celebrate. 4 minutes, 3 minutes to curfew. Then probably get a little freedom. Eagle publicly saying that the Canadian coach, John Herdsman, says he's expecting a stronger Jamaica. Herdsman and Jamaica, they were the hardest hit of any team by some of the pandemic realities. See, man, them a pre-war gone. I was watching Reese Oxford playing today for the first time in a box 3 against Dartmouth. I think we should get him. For a long time here about Reese, you know. You look like nobody want him. Yeah, man, Grant is an important player now. You see his story come to bump him, Pagan. Sure, no. True, that's true, Jermaine. I don't like the segregation thing there. Yeah, man, I don't like the segregation thing there. The eye waxes lyrical and matters, life, poetic verse and sports. Yo, Richard. Yes, but Panana itch for mash up. True. The Water CDM should be in the Jamaica squad. Yes, the USA is a much better team than the Panama. Why can't Grant play in the USA? He can't travel to US, Kermode. All I hear is due to personal reasons. Should it not be made? No. He can't travel to US. If you watch the coaches desk, you'll see that information, that video they out in a Kermode. You need to watch the videos that will drop during the week as well, you know. I would be happy if JFF just resign. I've given up on this campaign, hoping everything falls in place 2026. Or would I put it to you that if this campaign fails, 2026 are going to be in a turmoil because there will be no finances, none whatsoever. What debt them are going on? Sorry for the next man are going to be president or woman. US is a better team, but not a better midfield playing than Panama. But this, you see, TD, this roster that the US would have selected with these midfielders, quality midfield. Guzman, big up yourself. Shamar Nichols, Jamaica's golden boy, big baller. All right. Ball position requires off the ball movement. Hey, you know, so me did I watch the JPL today. That, you know, me forgot to mention that. That's one I think when me see really a problem to, you know. Not a lot of off the ball movement. You have players walking on the field and all of them something. Yeah, man. I think that was one of the issues for me when watching the game. Coaches who throw players under the bus should go. Coach, there are better local coaches out there than Tapa, and I think you should stop saying who are they going to get if Tapa is dismissed. Yeah, tell me who. You said a lot out there, but tell me who. Just tell me who now. Just a name we ask, you know. I remember the JFF's cash strapped as well, you know. So even if a local coach going right now, they still are gonna need money to pay off Topper and pay the coach. Can they afford that? Teddy Lee, big up yourself. Kevin Bailey, big up. Chevon Givens. The coach are gonna play a long ball, bypass. The Lord, I get cry people closer to the game. Closer to the game. The Topper out call I get louder. Where's the result that showed that Speedy compliment DJ? That's what the coach said. Grant not getting any start at his club since he represents Jamaica. Yeah, man, that has to do with some sort of little thing. I don't remember what is it, but yeah. Makes sense him drop Lambert in the squad. One team, one dream, no segregation. You must start a discussion about who is the best local coach. How do you decide who is the best coach? Is it solely on result? Is it solely on development? Is it solely on style of play? Is it solely on how every team that the coach actually Carla from Connecticut, welcome.
Coach, is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd like to speak on it.
Yeah, man, you're live.
Okay. This selection what they bring is a 4-5. The selection what they bring to on the team here is a 3-5-2. 3-5-2 formation.
Which selection?
The one that they selected to play America.
Oh, we don't know which formation they are going to use.
That is a formation. That's these only two formations we can use. 3-5-2 and 4-4-2 diamond. Those are two formations what I see in this team. That's why you see he use one left back. You can use Taxi as a wing back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 3 and then all right, listen to my formation. I'll give you the formation I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
On the left side, left fullback, you have Whitney in there. Pinnock.
Mm-hmm.
In the center, you have Moore. On the right side, right off, you have Low. So those are the three. The three off them at the back. Left off, center off, and right off. All right, the three men in the middle. We're going to use Reed on the right side, followed by Dennis DJ Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle, you're going to use Watson.
Mm-hmm.
He will be the only midfielder. He's going to stay in front of the three off. He's going to protect those three off. And then you have Williams on the left side. And even when you use either Camelo or Taxi on that side of the wing, left wing.
Mm-hmm.
And the target striker up front will be Andre Gray. And this guy's a target striker too. Yeah, let me know. Michael Antonio, what you call him. But
yeah, man, Michael Antonio.
Both of them. I'm going to use both of them. Andre is a target striker, and we're going to use him as an attacking striker. Michael Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how they're going to do now. The wings can go up. The two wings can go up and come back and help the back line going in the attack. you have the two attacking Dennis Johnson and Williams. Those two can go up and then, but when we have to stay in the middle. We don't do much movement at all.
That's Haka.
That's Watson. Yeah, Haka. He's going to stay there. And then you can use the three off. You can use one as a sweeper and the other one as a eye line. So that's like for offside. Or you have left off for around 10 yards and the right off for around 10 yards and more will be the sweeper, like a sweeper. And that should win the game. We're going to the next winning round. The one where I said 4-4-2 diamond.
Quickly.
Yeah, the same foot. Huh?
Yeah, man, I said do it quickly.
Okay. 4-4-2 diamond now. You're going to have Whitney there. The same three. But you're going to bring Taxi on the left side. And you're going to use Whitney in the middle. Watson. We're going to do the same thing again because he can play as a double pivot. Turn the ball from side to side. And you have Whitney in there. He low. And when you have Dennis Johnson at the top of the diamond. And you're going to have on the right side, you're going to have Bobby Reed, and then you see him two guys up front. But that's the only we actually they can use. And then we're going to beat America by around 5 goals. 5 goals to nil.
5 goals?
Yeah, 5 goals. Because these two top strikers, all them have to do, go up and play between the two arcs. And you have the other guys in the high press, counter press. You're one of them that we use. And you keep on putting the pressure on them. You don't play in your half. You don't go into 0 push them back because when you tackle, the guy when tackle the guy have the ball and the other guys then cut off the passing angle by going up so almost in the face. So then they keep on playing the ball back. If they want anything, then we have to do a long ball by kicking the ball over the link. Because there will be no link man for them.
So, Carla, yeah, are you a coach?
Yeah, I used to coach. I started coaching. I coached our 11 eyes when he was 9.
From here, you're talking, you know the football, you know.
But from 1970, I was coaching. When I got Cavaliers and Moses Scott tear up my foot. The same year when Penny come to Jamaica, I was playing at the YMCA with Lim Developing and
all right, Carla. All right, so big up yourself, man. Big up yourself. Yeah. Thanks for calling and tuning into the show.
That's Linky.
Yes, yeah. Linky. Big up yourself, man. All right, cool. Linky, know the thing, man, but as your coach would have said, anything cannot play for him. But this man is a veteran coach. I know the DB company thing, you know, man. Tapa suffers from CJTHPS. Our Republic get this one, man. Classic Jamaican tough head thickness. If you want him to go right, tell him left. You want CDMs, tell him no CDMs. Steadily. Big up yourself. Welcome to the show.
Yo, man, I go at night, the eve night.
Yeah, man, we're there here, man. What say you?
Yeah, man. Yo, I'm there here. Wednesday I keep a show and I saw before the match.
Now when are the match? No Wednesday.
No Thursday the match, man.
Yeah, man.
When I 7.
When I 7. I think on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday.
Hey, so I keep something Wednesday and I saw.
We should, yeah, should.
Hopefully look on the whole of the USA match at this round. You know what I mean? And, look on past games I'll play with them because I think we can find a way to even get a goal against them. You know? Alright, so me get a lot of beating, but the top of all thing right now don't make no sense. You know what I mean? Like days before a match, it kinda really don't make any sense. I think we focus on the game. You know what I mean? If we lose, we lose, but we focus on the game right now. You know? Yeah, man, you hear me?
Yeah, man, I hear, man.
Yeah, man. I got so for just focus on the game and try to be positive. But now I'll be like some man about give up and look on 2026 already and everything. You know what I mean? We still have a little hope. Even if at 10%, we still have hope same way. I wish the boys well. And Javon wants to coming back. And O'Neal Fisher and who else? Javon is. The squad is good overall, but maybe those 3 players, you know. But maybe the Aka, and maybe we understand the Aka. Because take for example, Kevin Stewart to me maybe is our first choice CDM, and we not see him play today. So I want to find club now and release him. Yeah, you don't believe so?
Yeah. From what I not see my plan. Them are same earth, them are same not earth. You know,
yeah, so the interview, people all the time get the interview top and the man then get a chance and the man then not even ask about even Kevin Stewart. You know what I mean? And some other players. That would be good. You know? But regard to the interview, some things I'm saying right we understand what I say. Take for example, Ravel Morrison. You saw Ravel Morrison play a scene, come back and demand the ball. You can say him at the general and hopefully Maggie hopefully listen to the coach and demand the ball at the midfield. If you're a player, you have to come back and even try to demand the ball. Damian Lower listen to the coach. Don't kick the ball upfield every minute. You know what I mean? The goalkeeper Blake, don't kick the ball upfield so much time. You know what I mean? Give the ball to your midfield. Have confidence in your midfielder them to play a ball. You know what I mean? And regard to my starting 11 now, obviously now I start maybe 3 at the back. 5 at the back, 3 in the middle, and 2 up front. So therefore, I'm going with a more Pinnock and Low. And you don't know the wing backs that be Kemar Tax Lawrence and Powell. Now in the midfield now, I make Devon Williams sit look deep, Daniel Johnson on the left, and Bobby Reed on the right now the middle. You know what I mean? So Papa say I love the Devon Williams DJ combination. So obviously they might not midfield. Now Mikel Antonio up front, of course. And me now go around here, would I start Andre Gray do him physicality, you know?
Right now,
no problem if the coach start.
Right now, Boza happy start. Boza happy
start.
That's
what I say. Boza and Mikel Antonio have got start. So Gray, I got play a role. Either him bring him on second half, come in with him physicality. You know, kind of very physical. But Boza have to start. I agree with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Boza and Mikel Antonio, but knowing coach Tapa maybe now go change up the formation, but based on this squad and pick, this at the right time to play 5 at the back. They bring 4 centre back and just 1 CDM.
But Teddy Lee, why is it good to play 5 at the back when the midfield are the problem? You know better you go 3-5-2.
Yeah, it can be turned over to 3-5-2 now. You don't know how Kemar Tax Lawrence and Powell as you know?
Yeah,
they can play 3-5-2 no matter, but I think this game, you don't Powell, you don't give Powell the freedom and Tax Lawrence the freedom. You know what I mean? I think we have to do the best out of Powell going attacking, you know? So you don't allow them with the freedom. But as I said, like 3-5-2 can work on the 5-3, same part, you know? You know what I mean? But I think that will be a better thing, like what I say, you know?
Yeah, man.
But if you go 4-2-3-1, people are like when we say, but either Ethan Pinnock can be the CDM. You know what I mean? I must start Javon.
Hey, Teddy Lee, no bother that. Teddy Lee, no bother with that.
Joke, just look how he plays in team, man. Just the man play like my CDM, man.
But listen, Coach Whitmore is not going to play anybody out of them positions, sir.
Huh?
Coach Whitmore is not going to play a player out of their natural positions.
So yeah, sir, Javon watching and start in the midfield.
That is wishful thinking. Or you might go use DJ and Speedy. Near man say them have a good combination, man.
Well, I can't make that say, I can't start. So would I play in front of them, Maggie?
Yeah.
I can't wait no friend, boss. That the midfielder weak, you know.
Then
two of them play against the US DJ and Speedy, but
Teddy Lee, we know so the midfield weak. There's no two ways about that. We know.
No, but if they play 5 at the back or 3 at the back, at least 3 centre back. So Ethan Pina could have show up and at least help out in the midfield.
No, but me not think that him. Me not think that him go play central. I think that more go play central because him go cover the left.
Yeah, more play central, but Pina can play on the left. Like when he plays the Brentford, him always up the field, you know.
So if him play on the left, him have to go cross and go in front the players them to control the in front of the defense. Me not think that will go on.
Yeah, but as we say, him have the tendency to go. Just look when he play for Brentford. You know what I mean? Because I know him play the sweeper role and play on the left. So him have a tendency to go up on them thing there. So, but we have to be careful of the Americans hitting the ball over the top. But I think as we say Wednesday, we need to do an analysis of the El Salvador versus US game because the El Salvador do well to draw that game. So we need to know what happened at that game.
And what them do for real.
Yeah, man. All right, big up.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself.
All
right, cool.
Yeah,
Mike Larry, Canadian in the building. Big up yourself. Another of our members on the coaches desk, Mike Larry. Big up yourself, Mike. Thanks for that super chat as well. Mr. Teddy Lee buying unicorn. We're going to ramp it in with Teddy Lee. One thing still enough. Just when Teddy Lee have him point, Teddy Lee in a business, who the guy now? Teddy Lee have put out him point. Yeah, man. Remember Teddy Lee famous, you know, man. Teddy Lee write for the Gleaner or the Observer, and Teddy Lee call All Talk Show in Jamaica. So once they say the same Teddy Lee that we call the show. Yeah, man. Teddy Lee well be known, man. All right. If more and Pinot are going to start, we will concede 3+ goals. No to Ethan Pinochet Stadium. We not agree with that still. If what Teddy Lee has said, Ethan Pinochet Stadium, no, so that don't make no sense to me. If you are driving to work and you get a puncture, you still have to patch the tire, whether it make you late or not. If the coach isn't suitable, you can change him anytime. Anytime, matters not. You don't patch a tire, you just put on your spare and go. When you leave work, you go patch a tire. So you reach work with a donut. Right, Mr. Chin? So we deal with it over here. In JA. I will take a lunchtime and go deal with it. Michael Binns from Waterhouse should be our CDM. Clearly, Tapper don't watch the JPL. Though, people, I don't want you to say that the coach does not watch the JPL. The man there at the stadium and watch the game. The finals today. And Binns was playing. You understand? Craig Butler was watching as well. Yeah, man. And the JFF president. Yeah, man. The man watch the game, man. What he said? Teddy Makeshift Lee. Yeah, man. Teddy Makeshift Lee. Hey, Teddy need a ramp to say, put this man a stadium, put that man a stadium, put that man a forward. Teddy Lee are the boss, man. Carla, welcome to the show. You're live. You're live.
Yeah, man, coach is there. Go.
Yeah, man, big up yourself.
Big up yourself. Good night to all of the callers.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, they are listening to the program and I get geared up for the match. Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah, Texas Rock.
All right, big up the Texans in the building.
Yeah, man, big up the Texans, Houston.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, man, we really trying to see what everybody has to tap out, you know, but what after that, you know? We're just try to get to the World Cup, you know.
Yeah, for real.
Here, you know?
For real.
All right, now the squad look good. Still, we can get here, you know, to beat these US. We got the last match in Dallas. Look good. Still, we don't never have nobody to take the chances. Never have nobody to take the chance. And we never have nobody to run at the US defenders, you know.
Yeah. So they reach at the match when I come up?
Yeah, man, I reach, man.
What you mean, man?
Link up to Nana.
Okay.
Our teammates from Camper down here.
Okay, okay. So you're a baller too. Oh, so you put on the ball thing now, though?
Well, we never play. Eh?
You put on the ball thing now.
Put on the ball thing. Yeah, man. I was slightly older than him, but older like 2 years older than him.
Oh, see?
Yeah, man. Yeah, but I like when them bring Jamal low, same like when scoring the last game.
Yeah.
You know, I know if them are starting, I know if the Kappa are starting, but we'll see how it go on. Right now, on the field, it's like, say, Kappa for us. Next, Nickel to start, because them man have a good record against
Yeah, for real. Yeah, man, I think him have to start. So somebody did ask me that question there, Bala. Why me I said Nichols have to start? Him are the talisman for you right now. So you don't want to put him on the bench. Exactly. Plus, him have a good record against US. So him have to start.
And I read that. I read that scoring streak. He must score week in, week out. They can't bench a man.
Exactly.
That was a mistake against Panama.
Exactly.
Yeah, then to me and the leading goal scorer, man. So right now, boy, Jamaica short of a ball play midfield. I like how fast it around and stuff, but we need somebody who does always fearless to run at them. I want to see that. Even when Bailey play, I don't see him do that too much.
Yeah, for real.
But I want to see what go on still,
Yeah, man.
Alright, coach. Big up
yourself. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man. And you need to tell me when you got a match, and so you can give you some coverage over there, man. You see what I say?
We are there in the good part of the stadium.
Yeah.
Try to get some seats, some close to the field. Seats.
All right. So you can send them to the number. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man.
Yeah, man. I do that.
All right. Cool. So there you have it. All right. Get back into some of the comments. J-Ross. I say, watch it. We have to find place to impress. It's not easy, J-Ross. All right. So here with Teddy Lee, I say, I have faith in the players. Welcome to the coach's desk. You're live. All right, that man then already, or the lady then already. All right, so Teddy Lee is saying that he have faith in the players, not the JFF or the coach. So Teddy Lee is making that clear. Where's the fresh guy? The man have 100-year-old. Easy to, Aka over bin, Stopper said. What you mean? At the 26th, Waterhouse was a CDM. Well, Shatta said, coach, ask him if he going to Austin. Yeah, man, they ask him that. Man never want grand say him too old alcohol. One thing is not easy, No, Teddy Lee, I think they must say before, well, it's a campaign, Teddy Lee. I think before the US after a World Cup. So, that the people they must say, so we have to work with the people they must say. Yeah, I never been to the stadium. I've been. But by the way, Mr. Smith, you say me don't want to talk about the local thing them. Calling that I first thing me talk about on the program tonight, the local Premier League final. Come on, man. If you want to talk about anything when you call it, you talk anything you want to talk, You understand? Anything football related, let me make sure put in that, plug that right in there. You know, me probably, I don't know if I start Jamal though. I'm not sure. Probably give him a start, you know, because of the record of Jairus, but might stick is still enough. See, these ignorance are justifiable words subject to be tackled in a JV football and fanship circles. If so, how effective could education or reasoning be in tackling these proverbial fires? Is ignorance words are subject to be tackled in JV football fanship circles? Ignorance of what? Oh, you're talking about educational background. I think they might be what do you call it? I think they might be personal. Cavalier won the final. All right, so it's a link time now fresh. All right, so people them can jump in. Since the caller are coming, we'll take the last call. Welcome to the coach's desk. You are live.
Hello.
Yeah, man. Welcome. You're live.
Yeah, me clearly.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. I'm a big fan of the Reggae Boyz, Jamaican team, but living out of the country and whatever. But I have something to say about Mr. Whitmore, with all respect. In the 2019 World Cup, I watched the opening game. I forget it was Jamaica against who, but I remember this player who scored 2 goals in that opening game. And that man never play a next game again, the whole tournament.
Who is that?
So I get the impression from then. I think it's, I can't remember, it's Argil or, I can't remember the name, but I think he scored 2 goals in the opening game. And that man never play again. Whitmore never give that man a game, not even 5 minutes again. I can't remember the name of that player, but from then I realized something seriously wrong with Coach Whitmore. Yeah. So I really don't know what to expect from this game coming up, but I'm a fan. I just wish the boys all the best. And
yeah, man.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say how, what will happen. It's hard to say how they will play. But I just wish them all the best, man. I'm a listener of your. I'm a regular. I'm a subscriber of your thing, and I listen to you. Once you're on, I listen. Very articulate, and it's a good program, man. Keep it up.
Yeah, man. Respect and thanks. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, man. Cool. Yeah, man. All the best.
All right, cool.
But with more to go, man.
All right, sir. Big up.
Yeah.
Caller, good night. Caller, good night. You're live.
Good night, coach.
Yeah, man. Bless up.
I just want to tell you, you're doing a good job.
Yeah, man.
Doing a good job.
Yeah, man. Respect.
My concern is what Tapa and the JFS did when they went to the Gold Cup. They should have carried the core of players which they're concentrating on to take into the World Cup qualifiers. And if you send out your necessary invitation and players don't make themselves available, whoever made themselves available, they are the one who should concentrate on going forward. Because with this chop and change thing going on, you're going to have problems.
But
we are experiencing now.
But you have to understand, the chop and change is not. I don't think it is something that the coach wants to do, I think it is something that is forced upon him based on availability of players, the pandemic, and all of these things. That's my interpretation of this whole chop and change. You know, I don't think that's something we would have want to do, but it is happening because you have red list countries and all of these things. You have card situation, you have injuries that are up on us now. Good to know that a few of these players are back, but Leon Bailey is still out. So these are things that happen in campaigns like this. And he did say that that's really is not something that he's worried about. It's a fact that to know that he has a squad depth. That's what he's happy about. You know? So I don't think the chop and changes is something that he can control at this time.
Yes, but what I'm saying, if he had carried a core of players to the Gold Cup and use the Gold Cup as a blueprint, right, and get certain things corrected that there and then, all right, understanding with the 3 games within 7 or 10 days, you'd have to manage the players. I mean, you'd have to do certain amount of cutting and yes, with the black and red list and things like that. But if you had X amount of players during the Gold Cup, and you work on a system, at least we'd have a blueprint and we do a 1 and 2 changes here and there. Right?
Yeah.
And we knew about the red list, so we knew we'd have to make changes for that. Right? But come on, man. All right, going into this match, the USA match, we can't, as supporters, can't say, well, this is the system that is going to use, and most likely these are the players that are going to go there. Nobody knows what's happening.
No, man, we can't tell you some of the players that will start. And I mean, in terms of how he'll utilize them on the field, in terms of the system, that might not be privy to us. But yeah, man, it based on the players that we pick, we can. A lot of times we have squad 11, the starting 11 prediction. And a lot of times we are correct.
You see, this is the problem, you know. Having 11 best players out there, you know, doesn't mean that 11 best players complement or give you what you really require for that game.
Yeah, we know that.
You have to know.
Yeah, go continue.
Into this USA game.
Say that again.
Which formation do you think will be best suit the Jamaica going in this USA game?
I don't even say, I'm not going to even say one that is best suited. I will say one that will possibly give us a good result in even shutting down the US middle of the park, because their midfield is very strong. So what I'd do, I'd have 3-5-2. That's how I'd approach it. So when
3-4-3.
Say that again.
What about 3-4-3?
3-4-3. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sticking to the 3-5-3, 3-5-2. So when we are defending, we're gonna have the 2 flank man dropping back. So we have 5 in the back. When we are attacking, they will overlap, help out with the crosses, and we have 3 defenders around the back. So that's what I'd use.
But remember now, USA is a very good counter-attacking team. They counter-attack real fast. And they have speed.
That's true. But that's why I got three defenders around there for insurance.
So if a Lawrence should go or a Paul should go, we know how it swivel around, right? But the US are good ball anglers and they move really fast when they are countering. So, you know, and then now we don't have a grant if a ball come to the center, because it's going to be a real test for him, and I hope he passed this test. And I just love of Jamaican football. I really want to see they do well. I really love to see they go to the World Cup.
Yeah, man.
But we have to get things right. And see, if we get it right, it's just like we're going to put a plaster over a big sore. Because the nitty-gritty of it isn't right. The federation, the whole organization isn't right.
Caller.
But for the baller's sake and for the fans' sake, we wanted to see it go ahead.
Yeah, man. Respect for the calls. Some more calls are coming in. And we want probably take at least
continue
one
with the
more.
good show, and I tell you, the show is viewed worldwide, yeah?
Yeah, man. Respect our manners, man.
Okay, bless up.
All right, cool. So, Richard, what's up?
Greetings, CD. Greetings, viewers and subscribers.
Hold on, see the caller call back here. Hold on, let me hear him say.
Yeah, man, draft him.
Caller, good night. You're alive. Hello? 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 All right, we're not hearing a caller. Not hearing you at all. Hello? All right, we're not hearing the caller there.
And the lock off. My call back.
Yeah, man, he probably call back.
CD, does it make you laugh? And does it crystallize the fact that everybody's a coach? Everybody's great in hindsight. Everybody's a coach. Everyone knows a formation. Doesn't it make you laugh?
Yeah, man, sometimes. But if people are watch football long, remember say the people consume a lot of football in Richard. And some people are cultured, especially in a their support of English UK teams. So yeah, these people come and talk football like they're experts. So you can't really take that away from them because they would have been consuming a lot of football. So on that premise, I'll definitely say I can't fight a man. You understand? Because trust me, the fans them always know a lot. They might not know the intricacies of it, but me think them know a lot. Let me take this call as a final call, Richard. Give me a second. Welcome to the coach's desk. You're live. You have to turn down your background. Don't listen to the program and talk same time.
Yeah, good night. Coach's desk.
Yeah, man. Good night.
Yeah.
Turn down your show. You cannot listen to it. It's giving us a feedback.
All right, Mo.
Quickly.
All right. I always take the program. You see me?
Yeah, man.
And I always listen to everything I want to talk about. And for me, about Jamaica side, there are two problems we have with this side. Those two more problems. You see, when I come down to the defense, whenever I come under pressure, sometimes the defense sleep. Right? Sleep like foreign side. Then put pressure on the attacker, that means he will take off no shot. Right? Sometimes see attacker come up foreign side and all defense them no step on him, that means he take off a shot. Then they might back off, this man take shot or something. Right? And what the next thing, now see beside volleyball and a box on the ball and make 10 touch. Right? And my idea is any Jamaica side volleyball and box on the ball and make at least 8 touch without losing it. We can beat any side. Mexico, America, none of them. Right? Just notice when I watch a ball game with Jamaica. They say make 4 good passes. Oh, it's I lose. Right? And most time I watch, it was 90 minutes. I would have one time they made a day. 4 touch or them a box on the ball. One time when I was 90 minutes. You know, see constantly have got one through the game.
Yeah.
Right? So anytime them can pick that, Jamaica side will be better.
Alright.
Right? Respect boss.
Yeah, man, big up yourself. Thanks for calling.
Yes, coach.
Alright, cool. So there you have it. That's the final call of the night, people. 1:32. 1 hour and 32 minutes. So, Kieran, big up yourself on that super chat. Coach, Argyle is from Portland, you know. So, me I go start a Argyle campaign. Yeah, man, do your thing. Richard, the people ever come out with that comment there, you know. Here, guys, start out early.
What that?
If we cannot be as in tune as you about football.
It's a pleasure reading the chats, you know.
Yeah, man.
I spend hours just checking out. Yeah, man. Pagan know a lot of things. But, Coach, have I your permission? Because tonight I don't.
Sean,
pull up.
Well, on there, Richard. Sean, send me that information then. No, that bad, Sean. WhatsApp that information there to me. See number run across his screen there. WhatsApp that information. Yeah, continue.
Well, sir, I was sorely tempted. You guys woke me up 5 o'clock a.m. London, England time.
Yeah.
With your conversation. I was sleeping for a few hours. My mind was troubled. My mind was troubled, and as I slept,
that's why you were on the mountain top.
You know, say I beard me beard up, you know. I went to the mountain top, sir. Oh God. CD, I have had enough of the tabloid newspapers over in England. Do I have to put up with tabloid talk in Sweet Jam Down? Tonight. Listen, permission to sing, sir. Permission to sing a couple of bars, sir.
We say you want permission to sing a couple of bars?
Have I got permission?
Williams, pick up yourself. Yeah. We say you want to sing something where you write?
Something that's been written, sir.
Okay.
Something's been. Let me see if you pick up on it.
Richard is gonna sing for.
I wonder if I should come off of the camera. Hold on there. I wonder because I might break down. You know. Oh God, no. Hey, listen, God, no. Hold on there. Excuse me. I'm still live.
No, man, we have a see on the if the camera off, we don't want you to sing, Richard.
Are we really? Tell me.
Yeah, man. If the camera off, we don't want you to sing.
Oh God. You know, easy enough, TV.
God.
Oh God.
Run the track.
Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us vision lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father. Grant true wisdom from above.
All right, Richard, turn off the camera, Richard.
Justice, truth, be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica,
boom.
Jamaica,
boom.
Jamaica, land we.
Oh God.
Lord have mercy. Wifey, Lord have mercy. Darling. Oh God. Oh God.
Richard. Richard, I good I know. All right, you can't speak. You can't speak. Richard cannot speak. Whoa, no, sir. Richard cannot speak. Yeah, my God.
You love.
Just come take over the show. My God.
Yeah.
Hey, wanna drop something for the board for that one? Wanna have, hey. Oh God.
CD.
Oh God.
You take this thing, make joke and mockery. Look here. Look here, CD.
Edutainment program this, you know. Remember.
Every time.
Little entertainment at time.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that, sir.
Yeah, man.
Forgive
that, man.
Forgive the emotional Lord of mercy. Listen, look here. Fun and joke aside, watch you now. I'm gonna lower my tone if I may. But you guys,
you have to, because you're in a problem if you don't.
Yeah, you understand the situation, sir.
Yeah, man.
Look here. The Three Lions. You remember when I joined and met you good people, and the Three Lions debate was raging strong in England. The UK-based Jamaicans, get me now, Jamaican players saw an opportunity, felt the heartstrings tugging. Let me go and represent. Let me put my hand up for selection to fight the Jamaican campaign. Now they come over and they're representing, but they are being led by a leader who is taking all sorts of gunfire from left, right, and center. And the fire and the arguments are raging in Jamaica as to the heart and commitment, the pros of blending. Let's just stick to that. The pros of blending the cream of Jamaican talent from the world over. What do you say to those who subscribe to Tapper Whitmore's belief that a mixture and a blend as he sees fit to try to get Jamaica across the line? Because people are really seriously, which is why I raised the point in the comments regarding that word ignorance. People genuinely, but I don't know if you really believe it, are really saying that Tapper Whitmore has no interest or desire in representing Jamaica's best interests by doing things, as Frank Sinatra said, his way. Frank Sinatra got a lot of respect when he did things his way. CD, no doubt you would get respect for doing things in your coaching life your way. Why can't Tapper get respect for doing things his way?
All right.
Why am I get so much brickback? Why am I get so much brickback for doing things his way? Tell me why.
Because, Richard.
And is it fear?
If you notice, you know, I'm not gonna even talk about what is fear from what is not fear. I don't want to go there.
Okay.
You understand? But the fact of the matter is, I'm not too. How do I put this so I don't get misrepresented? But what I'm saying is that I don't think the people have a problem with him doing what he is doing. The people have a problem with how he's doing what he's doing. You understand? That is the issue. So, all right. If he was saying all locals, but you could see a certain style of play and the locals them are turn leather. Because it's not only playing and dying on the pitch for the coach, you have to be able to play the football as well. You understand? So if he has a local set of players and they are able to deal with it a particular way, I don't think the people would have been saying anything otherwise. Probably what they would have said, welcome Cranky. Probably what they would have said is that a few pieces are needed to the puzzle. Try and get these pieces and see how best the team can go forward. But apparently, there is, to me, in my estimation, that there is some sort of segregation, some sort of blocking of Jamaicans all over the world, separate and apart from the locals to play for the team. That's what I'm getting. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's why I'm gonna love the coach come on a program and talk. Because I would ask him the right questions. Yeah, right questions. Because I think people are flogging him because he has a team for quite some time now, and you're not seeing an identity of the team. Say, for example, he's using the core players that he has. Are you seeing an identity from them? These are the problems people are having, you know. Plus, they don't believe in his coaching acumen. They don't believe that he's an astute coach. So there are myriad of reasons, man, why people not buying into. And I am pushing aside this whole thing because he's a local. People respect Coach Whitmore because of his football ability. Jamaicans love Coach Whitmore. No doubt about that. You understand? But the fact is that they don't trust his coaching ability. Even though the man would have had a record. But people them still not trust him because when them get inside of the record now, they're going to say him play a lesser team and this and that and whatever. You understand? So these are the problems that people are having, Richard. I don't think it is anything personal with the coach. It's just that. The people that don't respect Tapa's coaching ability. That is out there. That is what they are judging. Somebody is asking if you are a Tapa in.
Well, before we tune in and get feedback from Captain Cronke, I salute. Good night, Crank.
Buenas noches.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Buenas noches. Wonderful. Before and I'd like to get Crank's input as well as your CD, as well as views and subscribers. You hear that question? Am I a tapper in? Let me just tackle that straight away. If you're a tapper out and a tapper out ASAP, can you tell me, given the context and the situation Jamaica is faced with, how in heaven's name that is positive, a way forward, realistic, possible, encouraging for the team? Tell me how in heaven's name that is possible. How is that a positive thing to be bawling out, tapper out, tapper out, tapper out? We've got the likes in England of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, who can draw some games, lose some games. I'm an Arsenal fan. You'll get Arteta out, Arteta out, Arteta out. Suddenly, they win a couple of games, they draw some games. It's ebbs and flows. The players need to take some responsibility. We need to be able to trust the players to get results as well. I heard through Manning's man that the Arsenal players, beleaguered, Arteta, supremely beleaguered, held a talk between themselves. No coach, no manager, no backroom staff involved. The players held a conversation and a discussion. Franco, as whatever it may be, Crunk probably will know more about that. And they gelled and got themselves going. And I think that's them taking some responsibility. How on earth is saying tapper out, getting the banners, getting the like there's some witch hunt going on. Cronky, speak.
Hold on, before you speak, Cronky. Two things.
Education.
Probably you need to explain to the people what the persons who are spamming. Probably you need to tell them what the spamming is. And another thing, the persons who are writing tapper out, somebody in the comment section said that they don't see many of you going over to the JFF pages and writing tapper out. So probably that's where they need to hear the voices of the people. Because I didn't hire him and I have no affiliation with the JFF. So him can't get fired over here. A matter of fact, I'm gonna fire him over here already. Where said them afraid fresh? Only coaches this time can come say it, fun. Yeah, man. So me just have said that for people realize I'm not gonna tell you not to write it, right? But I'm telling you, if you really want somebody to hear what you're saying, you need to probably go over to the JFF page. You understand? I make them hear what I say. Because me can't fire Coach Tapper. And probably them now see it over here. So that is just a little encouragement, not discouraging you to do what you're doing. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Cranky.
So how long has Tapper been the coach?
A good while now, no? 2016.
2016, 2017.
September 2016, and we're now in October 2021. So that's more than 5. It's more than 5 years, don't it? It's a rhetorical question, by the way. It's a rhetorical question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's been more than 5 years, isn't it? In football, that's a generation. To be 5 years coach for a lot of teams, right? Think about the Premier League. They had a story the other day about the Premier League, the 14 coaches with the top 10 year in the Premier League, and Klopp was up there. How long Klopp been in Liverpool? About 6 years. It's a long time, especially international team. It's a long time. And the coach is saying, I don't see a style of play. I hear Butler say, I don't see a style of play. I don't see certain things. And so when are you going to see it? Is it ever going to be there? So Richard said he doesn't advocate coaches out. And I would agree with that sentiment, even though I said the opposite last time.
All right.
I think the first time I've been in a program, I've said Tapper out since I've been here. You know why I said Tapper out?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's being divisive. And a coach has to exhibit leadership, and a coach cannot be divisive. So if I ask you, coach, a question, if I say, coach, do you think the British players are loyal? It's a yes or no question, is it? Either they are or they aren't. It's not. There's no ambiguity in that question. Mm-hmm. Are the British players loyal to the program? Are they committed? What was his answer when he was asked the initial question? Before the subsequent answer down the road. What was his answer?
To which question?
Are the British players loyal?
Oh, him say if him answer it cause problem.
He did answer. His answer caused a problem. When you make that statement, that caused a problem.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because you thought they were loyal, it says yes, they're loyal.
Or no.
And here's the question: how does Tapper know those players aren't loyal? What have they done? What have they said? What in their behavior shows they're not loyal? And why is a local born player more loyal than a naturalized player?
Because, Cranky, I believe that that notion comes about based on how they play on the field. That's what I'm surmising.
So are we saying that Bobby Reed doesn't play with heart? Mariappa doesn't play with heart? Wes Morgan didn't play with heart? Hector didn't play with heart and commitment? Marlon King didn't play. Rich Ford Simpson didn't play with heart. How do we ascertain whether someone is loyal, committed, if they flew 9 hours to come here, left their family, not in the best environment that they're used to, given what they're used to where they are, in substandard situations sometimes, and we know what the situations are. They don't even get paid when they finish playing sometimes. What is it that, how much benefit are they getting that's so great if you balance the benefit versus the grief that they get? Why is it that we think they're not loyal, they're not committed? You're a professional in the first place anyway. We have a job, you get paid. Don't you go and put your best foot forward?
Mm-hmm.
Or because you love your boss where you just do your job? Sometimes that's the case. Your boss may engender more loyalty, but that's not the case. So I do think when a leader comes in, if you're a coach and you say, and ask the question, and you say, if I answer the question, it's going to cause problem. That's heresy. No leader does that.
But Cranky, when these players come, because the last time we hear when Anthony Grant was to come here, you know, I think Cataract said he's not in the match day game because he must forget sit out. And when he miss a game, him lose him match fee. It's probably about what, £5,000?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how would you, a man could have stayed in a club and collect him funds, you know?
But for coach, that's the question. How can the coach of the national team infer that the player is not loyal? Infer the player is not committed? Infer, no, it's explicit about we just need to develop local players so we don't have to rely upon British players.
Mm-hmm.
It suggests a lot of things in that statement.
No, but Cranky, in truth and in fact, I agree with that statement though. We need our players to be developed.
No, you missed the point, coach.
No,
you missed the point.
Me not miss it, man.
No, you do. Let me explain why you miss it.
No, man. Let me tell you why I not miss it now.
Okay, go ahead.
He said that he need to develop these players, so we now have to go over England. No, you see the second half of the statement. That is where he probably lose it for some people. But the first clause of the sentence is something that I agree with. Our footballers need development.
So, coach, here's the problem, coach, with that statement. Mm-hmm. They're not mutually exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
The two are intricately connected. If there were mutually exclusive statements where you say, you know what, we need to develop our players. We need to have great players, promote them, export them. They can support the national program. They can help us get to the World Cup. That's a clear, you should always do that.
Mm-hmm.
With your players, you should do that. He linked the two. We should do one so we don't have to do the other. It wasn't about we should just do this one and make sure we have great players. And wherever we get players from, they'll be part of the program so we can utilize the best of those players to support the national program. That's not what he said. It was one depends on the other, which is on develop my local program, so I'm going to depend on the foreigners. That's what I heard. So when you say, yes, you support it, the two statements are integrated. They're intricately linked. They're not mutually exclusive. You can't separate them.
No, but separate them.
But I'm saying he made a statement and they were connected. You're making a statement.
I tell us that me I separate it because me believes that the youth them need a proper development. So me just pull that from it to throw that out so that people know or whoever needs to know. If the locals that need development too.
Everybody agrees, coach. Everybody agrees we got to develop local.
It's just a follow-up part of it.
But I don't think. Let's see what I'm saying. It's not a follow-up for him. He made one statement because he's thinking we don't want to depend on foreign ballers. Right. So let's develop our own to eliminate the need to depend on foreign ballers. He didn't say we want to develop. We got to develop our local players and get them to a world-class level. Make that statement. No, maybe it's the way he communicates. A lack thereof because he really doesn't communicate well. And I've always said this.
Man, communication is taking place. It's just that.
No, he doesn't communicate well. Let's not camouflage it, coach. Here's the thing, coach. We want honesty. We want directness. Don't manage it. He doesn't communicate well. We all know this. That's why people don't respect him. So even if he had great football acumen, because his communication skills are inept, I'm going to use that word and it sounds really bad. They are. Because if you're a coach and you understand what you're saying, you have to understand the implications of what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
If I ask you a question and go back to that question again, are British players loyal? and you're telling me you can give a snicker. I mean, it was throughout that whole interview where that comes up, you know. It shows he's not supportive of the British players. He's not, no matter what he wants to say. Have I ever coached before? I did. Why does that matter, Omar? I'm not even going to answer the question. Why does that matter if I ever coached before? Provide more context to your question, and I'll answer it.
Cronky, it's interesting what you're saying.
Of
and
course,
I think
Claudia,
what CD
they are
was...
players. They are our players. So let me clarify that point. Yeah, man. Once you're a Jamaican anywhere in the world you're a Jamaican. For me,
Go ahead.
I don't know that if it is for everybody. And if anybody in Jamaica feel like outside of the world, born in Jamaica or have any Jamaican ties, I feel like they want to represent Jamaica, I have no problem with that. We do it with other sports. We do it with track and field. We do it with diving. We do it with gymnastics. We do it with karate or kickboxing. We do it with boxing. Of course, this is nothing new to Jamaica. So the football is not exempted. No. So me, I have no problem with that. So let me just put that out there.
There are some uncomfortable truths that we need to address, and no doubt we will address with reasoning, empathy, and understanding, not only on this show, but the various other platforms and in the days, weeks, and months ahead to tackle this situation. Coach Minzy, I think you were trying to get a word in edgeways by saying that Tapper has been communicating. Whether, as Stan said, it's not the best communication is one thing, but would you agree that Tapper has been communicating? Coach?
If I believe if he's communicating, yeah, he might communicate, but probably as we Cranky say, it's not good communication. It probably will be not effective communication, but that's how he communicates. And because he's a Jamaican and he probably have this fluency, he probably is not able to find the words at the moment to say what he wants to say. But of course, a lot of time he speaks, we understand what he must say. The problem is that we probably not like what he said. But communication is taking place.
Now you see, this is where we're gonna have to get down to the nitty gritty. Kronk, do you believe that Tapper is loyal to Jamaica, that he has the best interests? And go on record now. I know that you're great for saying that these shows are recorded. Is Tapper loyal, dedicated, and committed to the Jamaican national cause of trying to get Jamaica through to Qatar via this octagonal tournament? Or do you think he is, for whatever reasons, whether be it ignorance, bad-mindedness, poor coaching skills, determined to bring the ship down and all the supporters with him come hell or high water, and he's going to laugh his way to the bank and say, you know what? I taught you and I showed you something. You guys can talk, your vloggers can talk, your fans can talk, but I did things my way, and you know what? I sunk the ship. So how about that? Do you think that's what Tapper is doing? Because if you don't think that's what he's doing, why don't we get behind him and encourage him to do things his way and allow a potential squad and squads to gel and focus on footballing matters and not the outside and no noise?
Richard, listen.
And get Crank to answer. Get Crank.
Hold on, Richard. Listen. You see, football fans, Richard.
Yes, sir.
You can't shut them up. You cannot shut them up. They will not see things happening, whether you think it is susu or whatever. They will not see the things that are happening, and it is blatantly clear to the public. And not say anything about it. Worst, we are in the era of social media. They will listen. You support Arsenal, Cranky, and Tiddlywinks. If anything happen, Arteta do this and that, or not talk about it. So why Jamaicans can't talk about the Jamaican football that is happening? That is unfair.
That's
And
no
we
problem.
we are not as critical and degrading and demeaning as some of your friends over there in UK. So
But
don't go to say, Richard. Please.
Watch ya. No, I'm gonna give you full respect, Coach Minzy. I love the way you host the show and the way you come across. Mr. Diplomacy 2021. That trophy is yours. Now.
I was telling somebody today that Richard, I was telling somebody about coach today. I said, "Why am I coach just make me beat up? Hey, coach, I take no position now. Coach just jump on him through and just oversee and smile and say, we like this. But coach, but you have to take that position.
I'm the host. I am the host. I am not. Nobody have to know.
I have hosted before, as you saw the other day. I host and I get people talk. I do.
And you are neutral, right?
Yeah. I try to be neutral.
Really have to bring
so I don't have problem with Richard. Richard, here's the thing. Last time was the first night I said Tapa out. Because I don't believe in, look, people have jobs, they have families. I don't believe in just firing people and making these statements. But when I heard him come out, when I watched the interview in its entirety, and I dissect the interview, I was extremely disappointed in some of the things he said, not only verbal, but non-verbal. In fact, the non-verbals were much more telling than the verbals. Because I understand his communication skills, or as I say, something I'm not thereof. But the non-verbals told me everything. Told me what his thought process was, what his feelings were. Now, look, Jamaicans in general, I mean, the general statement, are stubborn people, proud people, stubborn people, want to have their way to do things. It's a great attribute. It also can be a great detriment, right? All depends on facts and circumstances and what environment you're in terms of you making decisions. But it works well for us, and we've been very successful with it. And Whitmore is probably on the extreme end of it. We had a person here who was Whitmore's friend, and I thought he was coming in and laud Whitmore, and he was talking about how stubborn he was. That was the theme of his discussion when he came up with us, was how stubborn he was and does things his way, and basically don't listen, right? So I think he believes that he can get to Qatar mainly with local players who are used to, who he's comfortable with, who he has engaged with over time, but he's been given all these English players, which are upsetting the apple cart, not allowing him then to make decisions the way he wants to, put people in positions who we know, given their capabilities, where they are. The general public, who knows football, because they watch it all over the world. They watch leagues I didn't even contemplate watching. They watch players in leagues I didn't even know existed. Know football, understand football. It doesn't pass the stats test or the eye test for them when they look at some of these players. And they're saying, we need to supplement what we have, not just tangentially, but significantly. Because what we see doesn't suggest to us that we have players with the capability to get us to Qatar, not only just get to Qatar, but to compete at Qatar. You don't want to just get to the World Cup. You want to be able to compete and be competitive. And we need quality players playing at the highest level to help us achieve that objective. So when I heard Tapa last night, I basically said, you got to go. I don't care how much money we have, don't have. Your leader, your coach has to be an example. Your leader, coach has to engender confidence. You want to work for that person. You want to run to a big wall for them. If I'm a British player and you question my loyalty, why do I want to play for you or play with you or even be around you? Because you're questioning my essence of who I am as a person, as a professional, and when I want to contribute to a country which I value, which I became a citizen of, which I got a passport, I went through rigmarole, all sort of things to get to compete for that country. Why would I want to, I don't get it.
Ketchup business. Ketchup on eggs, Jamaica.
But when I used to eat eggs, I mean, I gave up, I'm vegetarian now, but I used to have ketchup on eggs. It tastes good. For me, it did anyway. It did for me.
Shut on easy, Cronky, do you think, man, listen, look here, you see this document, this document, when I went to the hills, you know, see me grew up, sir. I went to the hills to Bingi, and I've come down with...
You can't say great, you look dark and everything, you look dark. Last time, I see a man, I was telling people on this program, I'm going to look for the video again today. I saw a man 3 months ago, dark like me, you, and Coach. And I saw the man yesterday on a program. I did voice on a program, and the man lighter than In lighter than Paul McCartney. You know, and the worst about it, him eye are so dark, so dark. And he's so light. And even though he's a good fan, I was so disappointed. I have to go to tangent, coach, which is why do we have an inferiority complex when others are trying to suntan to be like us? I don't get it. I am very disappointed. I'm very disturbed about this. I want to go off on this tangent with social issue in this program. It's a sports program. But I'll say this: if you're out there, be proud of who you are. Be proud of how you look. If you know, if you want some feature, you might as well go get plastic surgery because we can't see say why you make some change to yourself. You just come back with a black flat nose, a straight nose, and we say you look good. The person who wants straight nose. But why are you gonna do? Why are you gonna? I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed. I must say.
Of course, the plastic surgery can't show.
If you do it well, then I'm gonna show that. Man. If you do it well,
no, but there's gonna be
Hollywood. I'll be black Hollywood. I'll do plastic surgery.
No, but there's gonna be alteration. So if you see you with your big nose, and all of a sudden, I see you come on tomorrow with a little line in us. So I'm gonna know say something go on.
Yeah, but if it look good, you might not even worry about it. But if you have eye black one or so, and yes, a well clear, right up as a clear, if your face mismatch.
Hey, fabulous squeal, you know. Fabulous squeal. Fabulous.
I'm not calling none here. I'm not calling none here.
Fabulous.
I said 3 months ago, Family, I've seen you over the last 3 months. I've seen you, so I can't you. And I mean, listen, it's not you, Family. And if you're doing it, stop doing it. But it's not you.
Listen, Cronky, can I just get some clarity? Do you really think if you want to go over that particular parapet, God bless you and all who sail in her, do you think that anyone who supports Mr. Whitmore right about now is, and I'm going to use this word guardedly, ignorant or misled or not nationalistic and need educating on whatever level or levels to bring them on side, not offside, Coach Minzy, enough respect. Mm-hmm. Yes, you on side and offside. Yeah. What say you, Cranky? And views on subscribers out there.
Look, everybody have their own perspective and opinion on personal, right? We never have consensus on players or coaches or / managers. We all have different things that we look for in a manager, a coach, or a player, and we value them. Some people support McGee. Some people don't support McGee. Similar to other players on the team, right? Some people are big Ravel supporters, others don't. Some people support Whitmore because he has a good record. And regardless of who he plays, he has a good record overall as a Jamaica coach. And people remember his exploits at the World Cup and he's playing for Jamaica. He's been a contributor to Jamaica football for a long period of time. He's a soldier for the Jamaica national team. You asked a question earlier, do I think he's loyal to Jamaica and wants to support Jamaica? I actually do believe he wants to do what's best for the national team. But I think he's so stubborn in what he wants to do, he can't see the big picture. And you may be trying to do something real well and have good intentions, but you don't accomplish your objective because you haven't sat back, give yourself a chance to think strategically, to figure out what all the directions you can go in, which direction is the best direction, what you should sample and put into your whole vase and your whole repertoire. I don't think he has that big picture. So he has a narrow view, a parochial view. He's in this vertical with blinders on. You know them horses you see came in a spark that can't see us and them steer?
The blinders.
Don't remove the blinders. Don't see the big picture. And at the end of the day, he doesn't end up in a good place. I think he has the national interest, the national program in his best interest. But also, Whitmore is not supported because the people who run the JFF, I've said it before, are great at being incompetent. And every day you see what's happening, it gets better and better how good they are at it. They're experts. So he doesn't have good support behind him to help him or give him good advice or to help him navigate the treachery of being a national coach for a national program. He just doesn't. So if you don't have good support, good governance, good management, good oversight, and good advisors to help you in life in general, much less when you're running a program, a national program, it's going to be difficult for you to succeed, especially when you are very stubborn and set in your way, which is a theme we hear from everyone who talks about Whitmore. He thinks he knows what's right. He knows what's right. He thinks he's good at what he does, and nobody can tell him nothing.
2 quick questions, rapid fire style. Can you guys throw your minds back to 2016 when Theodore Tapper Whitmore was appointed coach. What were your feelings then? And can you recall the feelings of Jamaican fans at the news of his appointment? And second, do you think that right now, 2021, Jamaica has potentially a unique situation that will require a manager of outstanding qualities going forward? Because we've got a plethora of players the world over. I mean, I went online and started to find out about Nico Brett? Nico Brett, Kemar Paris, then you've got the Mason Kahim Paris, yes. Mason Holgate's on the horizon. Damari Gray is a potential starter for Jamaica. Cataract is always keen on the likes of Mason Greenwood. Who is going to actually have the skills come after time to pull this galaxy of players with so much potential together? Tapper, whether we like it or not, may have blinders on, but at least he may have the blinders with an intention to do things to get the horse to come in the top 3 or 4. He's got the blinders on for a particular reason. It's going to be the mother of all challenges. Don't you agree, Kronk and Coach Minzy and fans out there, that to actually pick a squad when most people are fit, it's going to be incredibly difficult. And this is new territory. This is new terrain.
I think Jamaica need a non-Jamaican coach. And I never advocate for you not to have your own manage your country, what you do, your resources. Here's why I say this.
But Crankies,
let me finish that. Let me finish my statement. Why I say this? Because I'm sure it's controversial.
Oh yes, go ahead.
So when you have a situation where you have this situation which is what foreign versus local, you need someone who have no skin in the game, who is objective, whose sole purpose is to win, who will not be biased in any way in terms of what they do, who's only going to pick the best players no matter where they come from. I'm not sure a person who is an English-born former player who's a coach and or a local Jamaican coach can really have that objectivity and be able to make those decisions. I don't think they can, even if they think they aspire to and if they think they want to. Because to be agnostic about this is very difficult. You're a creature of habit. If you're a local coach, you're going to be used to those players. If you bring them up on the 15, on the 16, or 17, a sense of loyalty to them. And it's hard for a player to be displaced from a national program, which is the zenith of any country, any environment you operate in. Everyone will play for their country, no matter how good they are. Well, another one play for Paraguay, Kane will play for England. That's how it is, right? If you are Neymar, you want to play for Brazil. If you're Messi, you want to play for Argentina. See how they left where they were in Europe, no matter what it's going to cost them to go play. But the national team is the zenith of everything. That's what you want to do. So if you're a foreign coach who have no skin in the game, all you're going to do is take the pool of players you have. In fact, if you're a foreign coach, you want to widen that pool as possible. You're not trying to narrow that pool like some people are trying to do. You want the largest pool possible. You go assess that talent, and you're going to pick the best players who fit your system to go play. I don't think a local, English-born player like a Marcus Gale or Dean Burton or a local player like a Tapper or anyone else is going to be that objective to do so. I just think they don't.
All right, I think you made some solid points there, Cranky. What I was going to say in regards to that is that, are we saying this now because of what we know that is happening, or the truth could be once you're not really a king in your own country? Because you see, if you have a local coach, and if Tapper Whitmore was making some, well, he's making some unfavorable choices and decisions, and people are saying out. You understand? When Simoes came as a foreign coach and him say, yo, no, him now go pick something, him name Walter Boy because of whatever reason. Well, probably we never have social media that much to hear the cry and the rants from the people. You know, but normally if you're a local coach and you might discipline a star baller, it might be very challenging for you because people are gonna probably say, yo, we are deal with them, so and I might ball at that or whatever. So we can understand the point where you say cranky, but at the same time, it could also be true. All of this is being said because whatever is happening is out in the public.
Well, coach, think about it this way. If you're a local Jamaican coach, you're going to have local pressures on you from day one, right? In terms of who to pick. You see people on this program come in these forums, and they just focus on their friends and who are the ballers, no matter how they compare to any other player. Because you have that loyalty, you almost have an obligation, and I understand that, and you cannot be objective. And if you really want to be successful, we have a pool of players, especially this whole situation with foreign versus local. You want someone who's agnostic to the whole thing. They don't have a skin in the game. They only want to win. And do like Simona's did, which is I'm going to pick the best players that fit my system. I'm not going to acquiesce or succumb to the pressure of Walter Bloyd because he has no discipline. He's going to disrupt my program. No matter how good he is, he can't play for me. Right. If the coach say bench Ravel because Ravel was rude at halftime, I am fine with that. In fact, don't even call him back. No matter how much I support Ravel. You're going to disrespect the coach at halftime because I remove him. Or if you're great in Orlando, which I saw, who want to walk to the change room, walk to the change room. Don't walk back. I don't care how good you are.
Yeah.
You have to have discipline in your team.
Yeah, man. Discipline is a must, too.
It's a must. So if you're a good player, no matter who you are, you're going to be disruptive. You have to go. You're not helping.
And on that same point of view, the coach have to find, or the manager has to find some sort of way to deal with those issues as well. Because let me not say
that. Coach, here's the worst thing, coach. You know this. If you're in a locker room with 22 players or 18 players, and you tell someone I'm just going to assess this is what happened. I don't know what happened. So here's me just making it's hypothesis here. And I say I'm taking you out, and you go off on me in front of all the other players.
Me not gonna take it for real.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play. That's true. Me not gonna take it because sometimes decisions like that are made, and you have relatives are the something there. Are the player? I tell you, say, yo, I hear that move that you make coach and start tell you which complexion your mother is and whatever your father did with your mother and all that.
Hopefully she's not bleaching. Yes.
You know what I mean? So these are the things that you'll face if you make strong and tough decisions like this. So yeah, I understand what you're saying for sure. All right, let's hear what Sean Ellis is saying on the super chat. What system should the boys be playing that is attacking, counter-attacking, or balance? Speak. All right, we soon touch that, Sean. Guzman is saying, I like high-press football like Man City. Pep, please, wish Jamaica can. But Guzman, the problem with that high-press football, if you're not a team that possesses the ball, when you high-press and you get back the ball and you turn it over back, you're going to be doing a whole lot of work throughout the game when if you're not a team. Manchester City possess the ball, so that's why they can do high-press. All right, so I think I saw another super chat.
Plus, coach, you have to be fit to do high pressing, coach.
Exactly.
And a boy thing,
And you have to have the players too.
If you notice when Klopp first came in, he did high press and he backed off the high press. They can't do the 38-game season. The English players that play, as Tapa said, they were complaining about the heat. Even that wouldn't bring a night public light. Sorry, I wouldn't bring it out. But anyway, so maybe that's why they didn't press high, because they didn't have the stamina to go press when the heat was a detriment to them. Right? But even that, I'm not sure, say they're not ready for this.
But Crunk, when
I'm not finish the super chat.
Yeah, man, run the super. Go
Sean,
ahead.
me read the super chat, man. I'll probably that come after. But sometimes I might just put up the super chat because the points are being made. I don't want to disrupt the persons who are speaking. So you have to forgive me. I might read it late afterwards. So Shatta is saying super chat competition on my favorite channel. All right, go ahead, Richard.
I would say, I get my train of thought here. Formations. We got formations. Look here. Can we compare Jamaica to Manchester City? Can we compare Jamaica to Liverpool? I think that's very unfair. I think there was a technical point that was made, I think, last night, and has been brought up on previous occasions, I'm sure, but it should be highlighted. I'm disappointed with Jamaica's off the ball movement. Ball possession is one thing, but the off the ball movement, which we are used to seeing in the likes of Premier League matches, is not there with the Jamaican national team. And I think that here's the thing, and this is what fooled me. I don't know if it's fooled you or maybe I'm mistaken, but when those 8 UK-based Jamaican players were selected to play Panama, I thought the injection of experience, professionalism, and fitness were going to be key indicators. Now I've got my train of thought back. I thought those were really going to be positives, but I've been surprised at the lack of impact thus far of the UK-based Jamaican players. I keep saying that, but I'm bearing in mind when I say that, I keep saying UK-based Jamaican players. They're all part of the one national Jamaican team.
But Richard, I'm not sure I understand that statement. So here's what's concerning to me about all those statements.
And I want to.
Are we talking about the Gold Cup or the World Cup qualifiers? Because
we're talking about the World Cup. We're talking about the World Cup qualifiers. The World Cup qualifiers.
They have played one game. People, we're judging people on one game.
And you said Tupper was out of line.
Dysfunctional.
You said he was out of line.
In Mexico, no, it's what they played World Cup qualifiers so far. Most of them. We have Anthony Grant and Mariapa played in Mexico, but most of them, and played in Costa Rica, most of them have only played one game, and it was in Jamaica, on a field which wasn't fit for purpose. And a Panama team that was pressing high, by the way, which is not Man City or Liverpool. We're pressing us high, and we couldn't stand the press. We have never really been able to keep the ball, and therefore, when you get pressed, if you can't keep the ball generally, when you get pressed, it's 10 times worse.
And if you press and can't keep possession of the ball, you're going to burn out for the game, because you're going to do a lot of hard work to press, and when you get the ball, you're going to turn it over. I said that earlier, you're going to be in problems.
Yeah.
So if we play high press football, we have to improve our possession of the football. If we check the last few games that we played, as we alluded to last evening, Cranky, our possession play is less than 50%. Jose Mourinho will tell you, you don't have to have the ball to win the game. And that is true. It happens from time to time. But I can counter that by saying, when you possess the ball, it's not just for style and pattern or style and flavor and make the city rock. It's only about pulling your opponent out of position so you can hurt them.
Go ahead.
Coach, that's not the only thing. Think about your play ball, right? It's more fun to have the ball. It's no fun chasing someone.
Exactly. I run around for the field. In layman's term, Cranky. Exactly.
It's no fun chasing someone.
Absolutely.
When you have the ball, you have more energy. You don't get tired.
Yep.
When you don't have the ball, it's the worst thing ever. It's just naturally your footballer.
I watched the JPL final today with Waterhouse versus Cavaliers, and ball possession. I was keeping an eye out for that, especially in the second half. And Waterhouse, who deserved actually on the merits of second half to actually win, even though we were with 10 men, I was disappointed with the ball possession and looking at how long players could hold on to the ball. There's a lot more that can be done, and a lot of room for improvement in Jamaican football at home. But I think progress is being made, and I think more power to them. But when Tapper, what was wrong? Yes, Kronk. What was the matter with Tapper saying, making that comment about the heat was too much for the players?
Well, I mean, for me, he's suggesting that they had some vulnerability there. That he said what he was trying to make was that the way they played wasn't how they were instructed to play. And what we started inferring was because of the heat, they didn't play the way they were instructed to play. So they couldn't press. They wanted to press. They couldn't press because the heat got to them. So they didn't have the energy to press. That's what I gathered from what he was saying. Which to me, I wouldn't bring that in public either. Because just make the players look bad. Now, if you want to say, you know what, we instructed them to press. It wasn't carried out the way it should have been. It was very disappointing because he didn't want to take the. Look, Chopper want to manage that blame. And I understand him. If I was a coach, I would say, you know what? Coach said it all the time. My instructions were not followed. And he gave them an out saying the heat was a certain way. He didn't elaborate on it. I'm inferring this. So therefore, even though they may want to press, they couldn't because they couldn't handle the weather.
Yeah, but he in turn indicate that he'll take the blame for a situation.
No, coach. I hate when people do that. Don't say you just deflected the blame.
No,
you did.
It cannot be deflecting. Remember, he answered the question and spoke about the heat before me. Draw from my notebook in a brother, man. Right, dog, everything verbatim enough. The man answered the question about the heat first, and him say we as coaches made a decision, so he couldn't be deflect. If he said that before and then him talk about the heat after, he would be deflecting it.
No, coach. I temper the perspective early. So when you're going to say it's me, someone can say, you don't know, it was the heat. And the coach giving instruction. The coach can now say, I take the blame now. But if I temper that perspective, I'm managing the situation. And I'm telling you, I told them what to do. I did the right thing. They didn't execute because of the heat. So you can say, take it. If he had said, we own that, we didn't do the right thing, that's a whole different. You taking the blame versus I'm going to find a way to mitigate that by saying they didn't do what I instructed them because they said the heat, it was too hot to play.
Well,
he's not taking all the blame. He's not.
Yeah, and I know that, but at the end of the day, I have to work on what he said. I'm not try to think why in my mind, even though we can decipher that. But
yes,
at the end of the day, the man say him take the blame, so me I work with that.
He not taking no blame. In fact, if it's a work conversation, if it work about everything, he might tell you say, him can't coach, and I don't disagree with him on that. Him can't coach, can't have enough time for coach.
Mm-hmm.
You have players that come in, sort of players, I didn't have no control over that. Him telling you the whole story, not all explicitly, but he's telling you, I don't control this. I'm doing the best I can with what I have. Work with me. I can't control this because it's all over the place. He told you in Japan you have good support, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. But this is not all about Tapa.
Mm-hmm.
Tapa doesn't have good support. That's very obvious. Tapa doesn't have good support and good leadership that's helping him to progress the team. But Tapa is not doing himself any favor. The baby's operating.
So he shouldn't be Tapa out alone.
What do you mean Tapa out alone? I'm Tapa first to go. I told you the people they should commit harakiri as they do in Japan. In World War II, them all crash themselves and kill themselves. The JV do that. Put your name on the block and say, you know what? I sacrifice myself for the good of the country. I'm gonna be a really if you want to be a citizen of Jamaica and say you're loyal to Jamaica, JFF resign. You're not helping. Resign.
Formula is asking what.
And this is coach's desk perspective. This is not Cranky. This is coach's desk perspective. Me talk for him. Resign.
You talk for me, Cranky. People, that is not true. But if I were in the position and boy, the pressure is insurmountable, trust me, I cut. Because
if I was with more, I would. Look, if I was with more, would I resign? No, I wouldn't resign. If I believe that I'm competent, if I believe in my capability, if I believe I can bring these players together, why resign? What's my alternative if I resign? When you go and leave a job, I've always told my niece and nephew and run around me and people I mentor this. If you're gonna leave a job, have the alternative lineup before you leave it. Don't get yourself leave the company.
True. That is true. Yeah.
Don't get yourself leave the company. So if you have a job lineup, then leave. But if you don't have a job lineup, don't leave.
Mm-hmm.
If you leave, they're not gonna pay you. You ain't get no severance. If you don't leave, you have a contract. They gotta satisfy that contract. Don't leave.
All right.
No matter what set up, don't leave.
We're gonna change lanes right now after I read that super chat here. Big up yourself, Guzman. I want to see Jamaica with possession. Huh?
Possesses the football.
Which possess? Oh, he wants to see a Jamaica which possesses the football. I still haven't seen Jamaica at its best. I hope they can hold the ball. Yeah, that is true. Guzman. But then again, do we have the players and all of these things to play that type of football? Because I want pretty football we see out there, and every team can play that type of football, you know.
Exactly.
Just come so easy, you know.
Absolutely.
So I'm telling you that before. So let us look at some of the players that played today. We talk about Shamar Nicholson, who many thought would not have played, but the man get him mask, and the mask seemed to work for him. Shamar Mask Nicholson. He played today for his club, Shalari. They drew 2-2 with Cartier, or whichever way it is pronounced. You know what I mean? So, he played the full 90 minutes too. That's a big thing. Scored a goal, had an assist. Shots on target, 3. Shots off target, 0. So the boss are improved, people. The boss is improving. Yeah? Shots blocked, 1. He never do not dribble. Big chances missed, 1. So he missed a chance as well. 29 touches. Accurate passes, 74%. Key passes, 3. Ground duels, 3 of 5. Aerial duels, 2 of 5. Possession lost 7 times for the 90 minutes. Not bad. 2 fouls, was fouled 2 times. Block shots, 1. And tackles, 1. So this is a Shamar Nichols that has improved. What say you, Cranks?
I mean, the stats look good. You can't deny the stats. He scored in 2 World Cup qualifiers. Well, he scored 1. I thought the other one scored him, but he went to the goal, so he gets credit for it because he didn't hit his head. He hit something, but it doesn't matter. He scored 2 goals in the qualifiers.
But
so he has the resume. No, but there's always a but, because if you were doing this in the Premier League, I would be extremely impressed. I'm always going to be concerned about the level of competition you're playing against. Because if I told you I scored 10 goals and you're saying I'm playing against Bush League, I tell people that all the time when Tottenham played the other day and say Hurricane scored, I say you're playing against Bush League. Of course you should score. So the question is, what's the level of competition? Because here's what we do all the time. You know why we get excited about English players, especially in the Premier League? Because we know they're playing at the highest level. So if they can score there, we think they can score anywhere. That's why we all get excited, you know. We look at the competition they're playing against, and we say to ourselves, if they come to this region, given their capability, they should be able to compete well and do really well. So I want to be able to take the information I'm gathering from how he has done, think about the level of competition, and then equate it to what he's doing here. He's performing CONCACAF. You can't deny it. But I did saw him in the Gold Cup. And he does have a way of missing some easy chances. But all forwards miss easy chances, right? But he's doing well. You can't deny it. And I heard Coach say the other day that he has to start. So I'll ask the coach, wait, Coach, before you jump and say, yeah, man, if he's going to use one forward, would you start him over Antonio?
Well, that is a if or suppose.
No, but Coach, you better not wait more in terms of deflecting the question.
No, but that a if or suppose. Well,
he's being mendacious.
Go on, Coach. Me the
if. If he's me say it last night in a cranky. I said it last night. If he was not hurt, even though he played 90 minutes and showcase that, would I start him in my farm baller? But if me have Mikel Antonio, I'm gonna start it 2 of them.
No, but why you want to play? So you don't want to use 2 forwards. You have a system. You want to use 2 wingers to help your 2 wing backs, right? You want to make sure you have a balanced team. You only want 1 center forward. Because Nichols ain't working his socks off. He doesn't do that. You want to have, the coach mentioned his biggest challenge is defensive. And defensive doesn't mean my 4 defenders. It means my team defensively. And I can't have any weak link. And in today's football, you have 1 weak link, you're challenged. So if you have a chance, don't skip the question, Coach. If you're trying between Antonio and Nicholson.
Mikel Antonio.
Okay,
easy.
So if Whitmore said I'm going to play lower left, right? I'm going to play Reed right or Flemmer right. I'm going to play Maggie in the 10. I'm going to have 2 holding center midfielders. Nicholson doesn't get a game, but he's an informed striker.
But would I find a way to put him in put him on?
Coach, you can't put
no start
in a round hole, no.
No, hold on, no. Me no say start him. Remember, me say me choose Mikel Antonio already, you know. But as the informed striker,
Mikel is a shocking game. You got to take off Mikel?
No, Mikel Antonio is informed as well, you know.
But I'm saying, you're saying you want to find a way to get Nicholson in the game.
No, that's all right. So if Mikel Antonio score 2 goals and we have a comfortable lead, nothing wrong to put on Nicholson.
No, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, so make me talk before you say.
But I feel you find a way to force him on the field.
No. Remember, Mikel Antonio is in form as well.
Yes.
Some would have to go with
at the highest level, by the way.
Yeah.
At the highest level. And in fact, there's a lot of debate in England.
About that. There's
a lot of debate in England. I said, last night, a lot of debate in England about who would you select today, Harry Kane or Mikel Antonio. A lot of debate in terms of someone being in form.
Antonio.
Yeah.
Remember,
some say Kane, obviously true, but
Shamar Nicholson is in form at his club as well. Mikel Antonio league is greater than the league that Shamar Nicholson, and he's in form as well.
Yeah, he's in form.
So it may answer your question correct. But yeah, if you have another informed striker, if the informed striker, the one that starts score 2 goals or even score 1 goal, nothing wrong if we take him off and put in another informed striker. That would be like player for like.
Yeah, I just
even though
think
one would be at a higher level than the next one.
Yeah, I think we should focus on playing the best players. We should focus on playing the best team. So if you have 2 people in one position and it's going to overcompensate, then I don't think you should go that route. I think you have to have the balanced team, especially against a US team, which are very well structured, very disciplined, gonna do what the coach tells them, are not gonna be at a position. Because in today's football, one person at a position,
disrupt the whole thing. Yeah, man. Disrupt the whole thing. Yeah, man.
How settled do you think Mikel Antonio is and will be come the United States game and then the Canadian game? Do you think he is up to speed and on the same level of knowledge of the Jamaican system, quote unquote, as a Shamar Nicholson? And would it be beyond the realms of possibility? And would you consider it a madness if Shamar Nicholson happened to start and get the berth ahead of Mikel Antonio?
That's a good question. But hold on, Cranky, before you answer, I get back to that. Mr. Some old for super chatter coming. And somebody by the name of Clive Loney said, Coach, you have the same mentality like Tapa. There's no way we can't outpossess teams with way less quality teams than players playing top flight. Clive Loney, fix up that question then. I don't understand what you say. Not understand. But let me find them super chatter. All for super chatter come up.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
We don't want to disrespect the people, because them super chat need to come up on the board. Hold on, how them there? All right, say Shatter, big up yourself, Shatter. $50 on the board, Shatter dropping. I want to change me something over there, sir.
All right, Coach, I think you should do what Cataract does. Instigate Shatter and whoever is competing this who can put the most money on the board for your night.
Yeah, man, GS not deal with that, man. That's why you see Shatter come with a $50. Look at me, see a $100 drop on the board there, sir.
No, these are not Jamaican dollars, right? These are US dollars?
US dollars, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And Guzman gone with $99. And him said that is for Shatter. So the competition go on. Shatter. Look at Shatter response.
So hold that.
Hey, people go gambling anonymous after a while now. They get carried away, you know until they go.
Look at a super chat competition and go on in a thing about. Big up on yourself, you know. Coach, you can.
Speaking with the dollars.
Hold on there. Shatter checking his account now. Hold on, me see. It comment them around quick, people. Please bear with me.
Why Shatter calling the Lord's name? Why you call the Lord's name Shatter?
Because
they get hot.
He get shot. He never knows that was there. I even see a new member come up. Yes, there it is right here. Big up special edition. You are now a member of the coaches desk. Big up yourself.
The shot just drop 100 per table.
Big up yourself. Hold on the people. Mr. Edition is now a member. Shatter drop $100. Yeah, no, big up yourself.
Shatter drop Bitcoin.
All right, so those are the super chat. Yes, I'm Cranky. Go ahead and answer the question.
Which question?
Richard never asked a question a while ago.
Richard, I'm getting senile now. What was the question?
Oh, Lord, I'm
focused on Shatter's money. I forget all about the question.
Thank God I've still got some marbles left. I went to the land, the promised land. Lord have mercy. Look here. Do you think it's beyond the realms of possibility that Tapper could select Shaman Nicholson, as he is much more used to the system. He is and has been the guy who's been scoring the goals for Jamaica ahead of a Mikel Antonio, who is still learning the ropes. Is it not conceivable that Antonio starts on the... Pardon me?
What system?
Well, watch this. Hold on there. Yeah. Cranking
no, what
easy,
system you're alluding to, Richard? We don't have no system. We're just throwing the ball and go play some ball. What do you mean system?
Well, you see, that's why I said...
I was in Orlando, you watch up closely from up high. Because people don't understand in football about this, which is when you're watching a game, I say it's about coaches. If you're on the sideline, you're going to see the game as well as if you're in the stands up high, We can survey the entirety. You can see the formation clearly. You can see people's positioning. I've always told people this. I said it's about coaches in the Premier League. Get your assistant coach to be up there in the stands, taking pictures, assessing the game, and send them down like they do in the NFL. That's why the NFL does this. They have coaches in the box upstairs. So you can see how people are set up, how it's outlined, and where they may have weaknesses that you can exploit. It's hard to see when you're at ground level. Hard to see that ground level.
I really go on.
I think it's Jamaican. It's Jamaican. There's a Jamaican thing. It's Jamaican dollars.
No, man, I'm not Jamaican. The Guzman there or something there, no, man. Guzman.
Yeah, but see J. No, it's Jamaican. Then say what's the J on there?
Where's the J?
Where's the J? Him name
if I look at the top
Joaquin.
corner of the comment section, doesn't have the dollars in Jamaica and...
No, man.
And it's a J for Joaquin.
Dollars, man. US dollars. Sean, hey. Go on. Big up yourself, Sean. Welcome.
Yo, in the building.
Yeah, man. Big up. Guzman. Respect Guzman.
Hey, coach.
Yeah, yes, Sean.
I go want that agent fee, see? Because I drop the first 20 pounds.
I drop the first $20.
Shift up the topic and it start a war. All right, look.
Yeah.
So,
hey, me can't see the man face.
I didn't know you had a GoFundMe tonight, coach. Is it GoFundMe for the game? Is this the GoFundMe for the game?
I want to see what I'm going yes, sir.
You can pay for your COVID shot.
Yeah,
Frankie,
man,
I'm glad you said GoFundMe.
Yes, sir, we can't go pay for it. No, there's something there. What do you call it? The test. The $22,000 test.
Yeah.
You can put yourself,
Frankie,
man.
I'm glad you said GoFundMe. All right? So, coach, thanks for having me on the show. You know, sir, my work schedule kind of crazy, so I really get a whole heap of time for jumping on the thing. So when, them let me loose, I have to jump on the show.
Yeah, man, big up.
Cranky, I'm glad you said GoFundMe. All right. I'm going to go back to a topic that I encourage the people them for come offer. You see, if you guys really want Tapper out, when the can't come from coaches desk at talk about Tapper out.
Same thing, myself.
Because that now gonna do nothing. If you guys really want Tapper out, go on the JFF social media pages that is seen by the entire world and say Tapper out. Trust me. If you guys really want Tapper out, somebody go start a GoFundMe and start choop somebody real quick and see how quick Tapper got. See? But regarding, I hear Richard asking about the system and who would play better in the system. Cranky, I'm glad they said for me, which system? Because one of the mistakes that Tapper did was injected 8 new players and he did not inject them in an existing system and he did not inject them with any proper instruction that would create some type of game tactics. So there is no system and there is no tactics. And we come on the show every week and we are talking about no system this and no system that. We know that they are listening. So I suggested to coach earlier tonight, can we have 4 members or 4 panelists come on the program and come up with 4 different systems where if they were the coach and they only had 3 days, the first time you're speaking to your team about how we are going to play, what is the conversation that you would have? What is the system that you would inject? So 4 panelists and the viewers would grade the 4 different systems at the end of the night. With most of them are listening. So hopefully the coach can see something or pick some nonsense out of the 4 systems where we throw up on the board.
I don't. As Tapa said, they don't play football on social media. I don't think Tapa watch us to learn anything from us.
Yeah.
Probably think we have no idea what we're talking about because
Listen,
for some people, unless you play the game at a certain level, you don't have the acumen to assess and make determination. I would tell people this: a lot of great coaches never played football, or they say in the U.S. soccer at the highest level. They don't. They have learned the game over time, understand the game, spend time learning methodology, process, all the things that informs a good manager or coach, and then utilize that to help them progress their career.
So I don't even think necessarily it has to be something where we are sending Tapa a message and hope say him see it and read it. It's just for entertainment value. Just like when you went up against Sound Cataract, just for entertainment value, just to kind of change up the thing.
Hey, Sean, I've agreed what you just said. When I destroy Cataract, don't say when I went up against Cataract. Please put it in context.
Yes, put it in context.
Yeah, put it in context. Yeah, go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
Hey, coach, I just say somebody threw up a $199.99. May I tell you no, want at least a 1% fee, coach. But yeah, I mean,
hey,
no.
Shatta something there. Shatta concede. Him say Guzman too, but
all right.
See, put up with that.
But coach, on a serious note, we as panelists come on the show every week and we run remote about system this and system that. Since we think it's so easy, let's throw up some systems on the board. If we think it's so easy to create a system, let's throw up 4 different systems on the board one weekend and see if it's an easy thing to do or not. It's that simple. Just for entertainment value.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying. And it's a reasonable idea for entertainment value. We were saying earlier, and I'm sure you agree, Sean, everybody can be a coach. Everybody has their ideas and everybody can shoot off their mouth and they can say what they want. But to actually get players, playing the FIFA football and fantasy league is one thing, but getting square pegs into square holes, or square pegs into square
the round holes.
Yeah. It's a quagmire, and that's why. All right, Sean, do you think that Tupper is getting a raw deal?
No.
Go ahead. Why?
Because Tupper is being given a straw basket to carry water. One. So Tupper is a coach where he has to be in an existing system for him to grow, because there is a lot of growing that he needs to do as a coach. And the JFF does not have that system. I can guarantee you, if you put Tupper in an MLS team, 4 years from now, it's a completely different coach, completely different individual, because the MLS is a professional league. They have professional teams and they are good at developing players and developing coaches. There is no development in Jamaica, period, point blank, for players or coaches. So he is getting a raw deal because they are expecting a finished product when they brought in raw material, raw talent, and we are expecting a finished product when all we brought in was raw material, and we have no workforce and no system to turn that raw material into finished goods. So yes, he is getting a raw deal.
Very interesting and very strongly put, Sean. You've reminded me of a question that I don't think was answered, and I'm gonna offer it back to Kronk and CD. What were your memories when Tupper was appointed as coach for the final time in 2016 or 17? Did you believe that this limited but passionate ex-former star of the Jamaican national game had it within him to take the helm and lead the crop of Jamaican players to Gold Cup and potentially World Cup qualification?
Yes.
Yes. Answer.
Yes. And you're going to ask me to elaborate, right?
Well, yes, I'm asking you, and I was asking Kronk. I can't remember if Kronk
sorry.
partly answered in CD. But
No,
Sean,
go ahead,
go
Sean.
ahead,
Go ahead,
open it.
Coach,
Go
you
ahead.
answered. Me listen.
Go ahead, Sean.
So I would say yes. And the reason why I thought he would do a good job was, do you guys remember a time? I don't remember who the coach was. It's one, I think it was Malatovic. It's one of the names I cannot pronounce. When they had changed coaches. Yeah, they had changed coaches. And I believe it was in the middle of a World Cup campaign or maybe a Caribbean Cup or something like that. And the coach, there was a key moment in the game that the coach needed to make a substitution. And he said he did not make the substitution because he was unfamiliar with the players on the bench. Can you imagine that? So I thought Theodore Whitmore, having the knowledge of the local based players and having the resources to study the players abroad, would be the best person to kind of bring the two entities together, the best mix and the best gel together. So yes, I thought he was the person for the job. And to add to that, above and beyond everything else, to add to that, he was the best person for the job because based on budget, salary, and the last high price coach where we pay, we broke the bank and we still recover from that bankruptcy situation that we put ourselves in. So with all of that said, I thought he was the best person for the job.
Yeah, I agree with Sean. I think he was the best person at the time because we were in a predicament where spent a lot of money and the campaign did not go the way that we wanted it to go. So I think he was the best person at the time. But fast forward to now, many persons who probably were saying that, hey, best thing that ever happened are the same persons who are saying him figure right now. And as I said before, it's understandable because a series of poor performance, poor results would have, caused the persons, the people to be saying that. So that's one of the reasons why I am not telling anyone to stop what they are doing or stop what they are saying. Even if I tell them they won't. But series of poor results in the game, in football in the world. Mm-hmm.
So let me see how well I can avoid your question, Richard. Avoid answering directly. Let me see how good I am at this. So I would say this. When someone says to you, I select the coach because by default.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. That's what I'm hearing, right?
You
I didn't hear.
Which person said default?
I didn't wait, but I'm getting to the point. When you say, given facts and circumstances, how bad I was, you didn't say we select the best coach because we thought he had the qualities to move the program forward, to move the team forward. We select the coach because we're in dire financial situation. We basically had no choice about who we selected. The coach has been in the role now between periods of 08 to 2021, so about 13 years or so, with some interim under 20 at some point. He's been one of the longest running coaches in international football ever, probably, frankly. Because when you're in a program for 13 years in the coaching system at a national level, not many countries have that longevity. That's about most. I got to go back and check. You don't want to go check the records as to what from a historical standpoint, what's the tenure of coaches for national teams? That has to be one of the longest running tenure probably in the history of football. At least got to be in the top 50. Has to be from a national level perspective. And you're not saying I'm doing it because he has a stellar record. Now I think his record is bad, and people may challenge the quality of the opponents he faced, but his record overall is not a bad record, right?
54 wins, 37 losses, and 18 draws.
He's still one behind Samoa's. One behind Samoa's record.
54 wins, 37 losses.
And we haven't gotten to the World Cup, which probably affected Simone's record somewhat. So you can say the record is decent, given the tenure. But as I would say before, even coaches who have a better winning record leave of their own volition or are asked to leave. Because at some point you get stale as a coach. If people stop listening to you, obviously you have rotation through your program at the national level, so it's probably a little bit easier. You're going to have a long tenured players in your program, and sometimes as a coach, you get tuned out by those players. So to your question, Richard, I would say this, which is, I am not hearing, and what you hear all the time is, we select the coach because he best fits what we want to accomplish based on his capabilities, based on his attributes, based on where he can take us. I'm hearing it was the best choice we could make at the time, given facts and circumstances. And that can't be the rationale for someone to lead a national program. It just can't be. It has to be, but it can't be. Because then it's not about meritocracy and the fact that you have all the prerequisites for the job. It's basically, you know what? I can't do any better.
Stan.
Because of my financial situation. Yes.
What's your profession? Are you an attorney?
No, I'm not an attorney.
You know more time.
I don't tell lie. I don't tell lie.
So the way how you interpret what I said just now kind of reminds me of when an attorney is cross questioning a witness and him just take what the witness said before and just twist it up. In fact, no, I'll give you a better example.
Sean, this was about you, It was about in general. I mean, coach said the same thing. It's not what you just said. The coach said the same thing in a different way.
But let's be reasonable here, right? When you look at who we can afford, and I'm gonna kind of contradict myself here. When we look at who we can afford, how can we go out and get somebody that is going to break the bank? Because the reason why we are in some of the problems that we are in, we can't fly players first class and the players vex because of this and vex because of that, and them are play and we not pay them. The reason why we are in that situation is because we broke the bank by paying the previous coach. So how can we not consider finances this time around when hiring a coach? It has to be one of the factors.
Yeah.
And you also made a point
Sean,
as well.
Sean, what we said a while ago is not an opposite end. The point I'm trying to make is this. If you start off with a premise that I select the coach because I'm financially challenged, you start with the premise, I select the coach because he has the qualifications, he has the prerequisites, he's the best man for the job. That's not what you said,
Okay.
My financial constraints preclude me from going out to get the best coach.
All right.
He did mention experience as well. Go ahead, Sean. You did mention that Tapper had knowledge of local players as well and had that experience as well as overseas. Didn't you say that, Sean?
Yes. All right.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say this. So, Stan, you have a point. Tapper's, I did not say experience because... And I did not say track record and best man for the job, blah, blah, blah. And the reason why I didn't say all of that is like telling a youth, say, him can't get a job or you're not going to hire him because he has no experience. Where the hell is he going to get the experience from unless somebody gives him that chance? I mentioned this story on this program before, and I'll mention it again. I went to St. Andrew Technical High School, and we won the Manning Cup in 1987. In 1986, my older cousin, my father's cousin, actually, my second cousin, was coaching business house at St. Andrew Technical High School. That is Bush League. That is beyond Bush League. That's the grasses in the bushes, Bush League. And the principal of St. Andrew Technical High School saw him at the time. Famous principal Isaac Henry saw him at the time and liked the way he spoke to the players, liked his demeanor, and he just gave him a chance to coach a high school team with no track record, no nothing. He just gave him a chance. We won the Manning Cup in 1987. We beat the team that was supposed to be the creme de la creme, was supposed to be the favorite team going into the match. We destroyed them 6-2. It was not even close. So my point to all of that is sometimes you just need to give a guy a break. It cannot be in order. The funniest sign I have ever seen in my life. I am walking through Manhattan, downtown New York, in Stuyvesant Town, and I saw a sign that said so I was at a restaurant and I saw a sign at the door that said dishwasher needed, previous experience required. I laughed till I almost died. Sometimes you just have to give a man a break. So they gave Theodore Whitmore a break. It wasn't based on his track record as an international coach. They gave him a chance. But what they did not give him were the tools to develop as a coach.
I'm not sure there's some positions in life where I gotta give you a break to run that position. So if you're an intern, if you're a person just out of college, you're an intern, you're in college, you're in high school, I can give you an internship and give you a start because it's the initial position you're starting on. Head coaching job for a national team is not a job you get with no experience. It doesn't happen most times.
And Sean,
it just doesn't.
A female I say, you're talking about schoolboy football. This is a professional football.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the national. That professional football, the national program for your country.
All right. Okay, all right. So let's take a look at other teams. Are there any other teams in the Caribbean where former players were given a chance and those teams are succeeding, or have succeeded? It happens all the time. It's just that those countries have better systems, better administration. So again, it comes back to the JFF. They might get a man straw bucket for carry water. You brought in the raw material and there was no system, no workforce to turn that raw material into the finished product. Now, let me say this. I'm a Theodore Whitmore fan, and based on some conversations that you guys had last
night, sorry, Mr. Bowen. Go ahead, Sean.
No, I am a Theodore Whitmore fan. I think it's just the timeline why Papa has not been fired. The timeline has been in his favor because he went to the Gold Cup, he did good. He went to the Gold Cup, and let's face it, he did good, right? He went to the Gold Cup again, okay, he did kind of okay. Him got this time around and it flopped, and it just so happens that the time that him flopped was too close to the World Cup qualifiers for us to fire him. Had he flopped in previous World Cups, it would have been the right time, and I believe the JFF would have fired him then. So him just lucky, say the timeline has been in his favor.
The JFF can't fire Whitmore. The JFF can't fire him. He can't fire himself. They can't fire nobody.
If they fire them, have to pay him off. You know,
they can't fire Whitmore. But let me just say this. So I have a question for you, Sean. You're a Whitmore fan, and I like that. What are Whitmore's greatest attributes as the coach for the national program? What differentiates him? What makes him so good at what he does? Because if you're a supporter of somebody, there has to be things and qualities about him which are almost exemplary, which you believe will help him to be successful. So what are those attributes that he exhibited over the last 13 years?
Hold on. So I should have clarified when I say Tapa fan. I don't mean Tapa fan as the national coach. I just mean I am a fan of Theodore.
Okay.
I just mean
draw the line quickly.
I just mean Theodore Whitmore, the player. But I am also a believer in giving persons an opportunity. No, my gripe with Tapa is that, brother, you're in the system long enough to where you should either figure out by now how you beat the system. You see the deficiencies with the administration. If you have 4 years, 5 years, and you still can't figure it out as yet, then what exactly is going on? If we can't even see a style of play, if we can't say, yeah, Jamaica play and them are going to play attacking football or them are going to play balanced football, I can tell you before Theodore Whitmore, we played defensive football. We played with 5 row at the back, and we know say Jamaica are going to pass the ball back and forth between the defenders, and every now and then them pass the ball to a midfield player, and the midfield player play it back to defense. It might not be a system that we like, but we know what we were going to see every single time. With Theodore Whitmore, there is no system. So he's had his time to really come up with something, and he not come up with nothing. But like I said, It's just the timeline that is in his favor. If he had flopped at the first Gold Cup, if him they get knocked out from the group stages, he would have been gone a long time ago.
So Coach, I have one thing to say. Every post Guzman make is a super chat because he's paid enough for the night to have all his comments posted. In pay in advance.
And plus he's a member, you know, so since he's a member, he might get preference with his comments going up, you know?
Okay.
Sean.
Look, Sean.
Oh, go ahead.
I do want people to, if you're a Tapa fan, I do want to know what about those attributes he has, why you believe he should be the coach of the national program, and why you believe he's going to be successful going forward. Because it's important to know that. Like you can say what Klopp does that you really like, or what Tuchel does, or what Guardiola does. You can tell what those coaches do.
Okay, so your question is, if I'm a fan of Tapa, why I think he should be in the position?
No. I'm not saying, which is you're saying you're a fan of the player.
Yeah.
You haven't said you're a fan. You've clarified that. You haven't said you're a fan of the coach. You're a fan of the player. I was a fan of the player.
Okay.
I go watch him in Washington D.C. in Miami, putting ball between people's legs, getting his mouth mashed up because he embarrassed people. I was a fan of the player. Very skillful. A very good player who did the country proud in '98. So I'm a fan player. I'm a fan of the coach. After yesterday, and I've advocated the coach being fired, by the way, because I know the practicalities of the situation. After the interview yesterday, I walk away saying, this man can't manage my team. He just can't.
So what is the question you had for me?
The question is, what are his attributes, differentiating attributes that you believe will get us to Qatar next year? What is he really good at? What are his strengths? Make it simple. What are his strengths and weaknesses?
That's the question.
And mainly strengths.
Listen, so again, after everything that I said he had time to show us some strengths and come up with a system. I haven't seen any of that. I mean, I haven't seen any strengths as a coach. I don't see where he can really, even after a match, give a proper interview and we say, okay, we never understand the substitution there, but him come and him give an interview and him explain and know me understand and me see. I don't see his strength off the field. I don't necessarily see his strengths on the field consistently. I have seen games where he coached, where I'm like, okay, if Jamaica can play that way, we destroy everybody every single time. The time that we beat the United States in Jamaica and we beat the United States in America, those were two good games. And the time when we beat Mexico in Jamaica, one love. And that game in Jamaica that we beat Mexico, where Javon Aka Watson, was it that game or was it the USA game? But the game in Jamaica where we beat Mexico, we were attacking the ball the second they got it. We did not give them a chance to turn. We did not give them a chance to even think about passing the ball. If you guys can go back and watch that game that he coached was a brilliant game. The two games that we won against the United States are two good games. If Jamaica can play that way consistently, then yes, I see us going to the World Cup under Theodore Whitmore. But those games are only 3 in how many he has coached?
And I said, CONCACAF, in terms of the Gold Cup, is a whole different kettle of fish from the World Cup qualifiers. Everyone focused on World Cup qualifiers, the better teams. That's where they put all their energy. They use the Gold Cup as a stepping stone to prepare them for the World Cup qualifiers, to get their team well situated, because this is where the real money is. This is where the real notoriety is. This is where the real exposure is, right? So you're in your region playing your football, that's all fine. When you're on the world stage, it's a whole different story. And people understand what it means to be on the world stage, not trying to get to that world stage. Antonio Raz says, Mr. Conker, do you think Jamaican players are not comfortable with the ball and most are easy to coach? Look, I think people talk about style of play, right? So if you want to play up from the back and you can't keep the ball, why are you going to play up from the back? When Whitmore comes on and says, well, we want to play up from the back, but low start kicking the ball long, but the midfielders are not demanding the ball. Even when they go demand the ball and they get it, they can't keep it. So we're going to lose it close to your area versus losing it further upfield. That's why the ball gets kicked long. A lot of times, most people play football don't want to kick the ball long. Who wants to kick the ball long? They're going to go chase it. You want to hold the ball and keep the ball and progress the ball up the field. But you don't have the capability to do so. Of course, you're going to play it long, so it's as far away from your goal as possible, so you can try to progress the ball up the field that way versus trying to do it in short bits, and you lose it, and then you're in trouble.
You know, one of the problems I think that Jamaica has is that every time we go play a game, we change the game plan based on the team that we are playing. So we don't play to our strengths. We change up our game plan to fit who we are playing instead of us consistently playing the same way every single time. Even if them know what we are going to do, at least make them beat we doing what we are good at. We keep on changing the way we play every single time. So we never see a system, a quote unquote system of play, because every single time we go play USA, we play one tactic. We go play some Cinderella in the Caribbean, we play another tactic. I don't think that's the best way to coach a national team, that you don't have the players or cannot get the players in a camp for a long time. So
I think sometimes, Sean, people confuse the qualities at the field at the time and how that quality impose themselves on you that force you to play a certain way. So, for example, if you want to press, but the team is just much better than you, it's hard to press. You can be very vulnerable. If you press them high and they get by you, you're in trouble. Whereas, you know what? That's why Sam Allardyce's team, because you have a lesser time team, always play deep, because you know if I stack up really well, no matter what you do, if I'm really cutting off all the angles, if I close off all the gaps, when I get the ball and try to progress the ball quickly at the field by playing long ball, but people sometimes confuse the whole notion of, well, if you can't impose your style of play on me, I'm going to control the game. So then how are you going to play your system if my system is going to dominate your system? That's why some coaches have lesser talent will adjust to how the opponent is, because they can impose their will on the other team.
But Crank, have you ever noticed that every time you have an upset, like when Trinidad beat the United States in Trinidad and knocked the United States out of the World Cup, you have teams of lesser qualities that beat better teams all the time. It happens to Jamaica on quite a number of times. And what happens is that those teams are playing the same way, game in, game out, week in, week out, regardless of who they play. I understand what you are saying, right? Where your quality is surpassing my system. But if I keep on changing my system every single week, right, I'm still at a disadvantage, because at least if I play in a system and your quality beat my system, that's one thing, right? But if I go play another team with better quality and I'm playing a new system, that's even worse, because now I'm playing a better quality team and I don't even have a system. So at least it's better you play the same way, game in, game out, regardless of the quality opposition that you're playing. Somebody had asked a question, why we keep blaming Theodore Whitmore and we don't blame the players when they miss the easy shots. You know why those players are missing the easy shots? They never expect the ball to come to them. It's a surprise because there is no system of play where the guy can say, yeah, you know, say last week when we in that game there, he made this pass, so I'm going to put myself in the same position. Every game they play is like something new. So that's why they keep missing these easy chances.
Sean, how comfortable?
I think missing chances is more of composure in difficult situations versus even coaching per se and or don't have a system. So, for example, when was in Orlando, what's his name? Nicholson put the ball over the bar, clear chance. I think it was the second half, way over the bar, which was a tap-in, basically. That's not coaching. That's not system. That's me, when I'm in a very challenging situation, being composed, repeat actions I've done over and over again, don't think about what's around me and all that noise and all the adrenaline rush, managing my anxiety in those situations in a manner which allows me to operate as I normally do and place the ball where it goes in it. If you watch today's game, for example, when Everton plays Man U, and I have to bring this up because Coach is a Man U fan. And the goal that was scored by Everton, I think they touched the ball, 4 times, Coach, or 3 times to get the ball down the field? And the finish was exquisite. It was on his right foot, was his weaker foot, but he was composed in the area. He got the ball on his left foot, he put on his right foot, and he placed the ball in the far corner. So that's when you're under pressure, you can be composed under pressure and execute. And that's what he did. That's what is missing a lot of time with our forwards who are not composed under pressure.
So let me ask Cranky and all his crankers out there, because I hear you have a team name now. See?
No, it's Counter Cataract. Is that really Cranky team? It's Counter Cataract.
Crankers.
Crankers the word.
So why are these players composed when they are playing anywhere else, in any quality league or in any bush league? Why are they composed and have composure anywhere else except in Team Jamaica?
I don't agree with that. No, I don't. Sean. No, I'm answering this. Sean, that's not the truth, Sean. Because we are noticing that more when they play for Jamaica, but they miss for their teams all the time. They miss the same for their team. They miss more for their team sometimes.
Right.
We're not following them every single minute of the day and checking them to see how they put away their chances. When we come in the stats, we talk most about time, how much they score. Nicholas will score again. Tonight his stats are pretty good. He has shots on target, didn't have any off target. But if you go look at, the way you should look at is the history of the player and chances they miss, passes they made, which are, dangerous passes in dangerous areas. You got to take a body of work to do the assessment. Everybody misses chances all the time, as he wouldn't be a footballer. But some put away the chances more than others because they are much more composed more than others in certain situations.
Coach Devin.
Cranky, is it a case where there is more pressure in playing for the national team or your country's team rather than playing for your club?
That's part of it. I mean, we saw it in the Euro, right? We saw England miss 3 penalties in a row. I mean, bad decision by Southgate. Take the bad decision at the wall. But some of those players like Rashford put those penalties away all the time, right? The pressure of the situation sometimes overcomes. But it goes back to this coach about composure under pressure, right? Mm-hmm. It's the composure you can exhibit under pressure. Ronaldo does it all the time. There's because of Tawal, it becomes second nature to him. He doesn't. Here's another thing, coach. When you have produced continually, the pressure is less. Because even though the pressure is there, you're going to produce because that's what you do. You don't feel the same level of pressure. If you miss, they're going to say, you know what? He's going to score next time. For some players, you miss, you may not get another chance.
Coach Devin.
Everybody misses chances, so it's not only Bosa. But
Coach Devin is in the house. Good night, Coach Devin. Can you hear us? He's taking a call.
Devin, you think a scary movie where do Devin? We can't see nothing. We are looking at some, where I say, P.D. Wall, I think them Devin, some dots.
Sean, how would you feel if the Jamaican team had and was composed of about 80% UK-based or overseas-based Jamaican players?
The best players should play. And I am going to say the best players should play. And I'm also going to say that if you are a good coach, if you are a good manager, there's no way you can scour every league in Jamaica, from corner league to bush league, and not be able to identify one talent, because Simones did it. So I don't want to hear this thing about Jamaica versus overseas, and the best players are overseas, so let's just use the best players and we just have a bunch of overseas players. I want to see the coach develop players. It's not enough for the coach to just grab talent. See?
No, but Sean, is the national team for player development?
Hold on. So
the national team. Let me finish now.
It's not
for player development, but let me say. Let me finish. Me ask you the question, but me add my part to it. I think that if you have a decent enough coach, or a very good coach, or a great coach, you might see improvement in the play of particular players, and that is owing to the fact that these players get game times. Because I see a player improving in terms of Speedy Williams. He might improve, and that is an indication, or it is indicative of the fact that he has been getting a lot of minutes. But the original question is the national coach duty to develop the player?
No, and I am not talking about player development. I am talking about spotting talent. Simones came here and he spotted Ian Pepe Goodison playing Bush League. He did not even discover Bibi Gardner in a Bush League. He discovered Bibi Gardner playing schoolboy football. And Bibi Gardner went on to play, 400 games for Bolton Wanderers?
Bolton Wanderers, yeah, man.
So I am saying it's
captain
not
that team
enough.
as well, too.
Yes, it is not good enough to just pick talent and work with talent, even if the result you're getting from the talent is a winning result. I'm not give you no credit for that, because anybody should be able to pick 11 great players and get results. Anybody except Wagwana Jamaica right now. See, anybody can do that.
No, man, Ole now go on good too.
All right, cool. If you want to impress me, go find and spot talent like Pepe Goodison was discovered. Go find talent like Bibi Gardner was discovered. I don't know who was in Jamaica at the time, but do you remember when Simones first came here? You know, one of the first things that he did? He asked for all the schoolboy legends. And when I say legends, I mean he asked for legends going back to like 1989. Because I don't know if you guys remember, there was a player at St. George's at the time that was just killing everything in Manning Cup football. What's that guy's name? Who can remember real quick? Ali Rose. I don't know who is old enough, who watched Jamaican schoolboy football enough. Ali Rose at St. George's College was a man amongst boys. He went as far back as Ali Rose, who I think left Jamaica Manning Cup system in 1991, maybe 1992. So Simones went on a scouting mission and pick out the good ones, and him toss out some good ones too, but at least he went on a scouting mission. It's not good enough for you just to come to the system, come to the team, and just select the 23 best 11 players in the world and say that's good enough. No, I want you to do some scouting as well and find some gems.
Coach Devon, great answer, Sean, and very clearly put.
Yes, Richard.
What's your take on the? I'm going to go back to the word isms and schisms. Tapper Whitmore is in an unenviable position, and I still stand by the fact that, in my opinion, this current crop and future crop of Jamaican talent is the best that Jamaica has had in many a decade. But to pull the best, as Sean says, together is going to be extremely difficult. Tapper has gone on a blinkers, I'm doing it my way approach, gathering players that he feels can wear the jersey, sing out with pride the national anthem, and get the job done in the system that they've got. How confident are you and how respectful are you of the attempts of Tapper Theodore Whitmore? And I'll add another question, and maybe you can help me out. I was thrown thrown big time, and I hope, in fact, I'm open to questions and answers on this. With the UK-based Jamaican, get this, Jamaican players, I thought their experience, knowledge, and confidence in playing ball, knocking the ball about, give and go, moving, would be really, really important and add so much style and flavor to the Jamaican national team. How much responsibility do the likes of Mikel Antonio, DJ, Kemar Roof, the Damari Grays to come, how much responsibilities do the players have on the pitch to bring that confidence and fluidity, that enjoyment, that joie de vivre, and that system that maybe Tapper or another coach can actually say, we can work with this?
Well, Richard, to be honest, I don't think the Jamaican public has any confidence in the coach. But my views are a little bit different.
Speak.
I think the coach has played enough football and has coached enough football to lead
manage
a bunch of professionals into this World Cup campaign and get results. I always say, and from the Gold Cup, everybody was saying that we are going to win the Gold Cup. And I said, no, we're not.
Go ahead.
Because of preparation. We don't have enough time with this team for the players to gel and know each other's style. Yes, they're talented. Yes, they are top players. But it doesn't matter. You cannot pick up a bunch of stars and put them together. And if you don't have any blend with them, you're not going to get the required result as you're supposed to. So the people can beat up on top of all they want. I am not in that state to beat up on any coach, because I'm a coach myself and I understand where he is, where he's coming from, and the pressure. He might say he's not under pressure, but I can tell you he's under pressure to deliver because of the bunch of players that he has in the pool. And I hope they'll just rally behind the team and give him a chance. Give him a chance. And the JFF is not helping to ease the pressure at all, because there's still little rift and ism and schism going on and off the field. The separation between groups, if you look at certain groups here, certain groups there, I don't know why they post it on social media, because it's damaging to the team and the team structure.
What did they post?
They need to stop putting those things on social media. If you can't put a picture of togetherness with the whole team, don't put it. Don't put it. But going into this 3 games, I think he knows what it has at hand right now, and he needs to rally the troops, get them on one page, one wavelength, because we need results and we need them badly. Or else we can just kiss it goodbye.
Coach, how much responsibility? You've coached players before. How much emphasis do you place on those players, especially the experienced ones and the ones with class or leadership skills? And there are a few, I hope, in the Jamaican team. Blake, Damian Lowe. We've got Pinnox coming into the team, Mikel Antonio. How much emphasis do you put on these players to bring some style and flavor and some confidence to the squad? Manning's man a couple of days ago told me that he heard a story about the Arsenal players who, following their shockingly poor start to the season, got together, just the players themselves, and had a talk. Let's talk this thing out. And I think going forward, I'm going to add again, I think the Jamaican public, Jamaican fans will need a certain level of re-educating and reasoning. That's the word I really want to emphasize. Reasoning, dealing with uncomfortable truths, as well as uniting and supporting and empathizing with each and everyone's opinions and attitudes. all under the banner of passion and love for the Jamaican national squad, because the task on hand for a future national team coach or manager is going to be Herculean, given the talent that we've got worldwide, given the isms and the schisms that reside not only amongst certain players, but also amongst the fans. How much emphasis should the players on the ground be given to help Tapper and help the nation represent in the best possible fashion?
Well, I mean, I think the coach needs to sit his players down and have a good conversation and say, listen, we are here for one cause. We're representing Jamaica. We want to get to the World Cup. But what we're doing, we can't get to the World Cup like that. You players are quality players. You players played in big league. You come in here and you come in here with certain amount of experience underneath your belt. Let's see what you can do on the field. Allow them to play. Don't shackle them, because this is what I do with my players. I allow the players to express themselves and play. I'm not saying that you must not have instructions to the player if you see things not going the way you want it to go. But you can't be one-sided. Everybody has to be on the same wavelength, even if you're not a good coach. But be a motivator. Motivate your troops, because you're in a battle and you need to win the war.
Beautifully put. Sean?
Sorry, I was reading some comments. What's the question?
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of comments. I was just saying...
In a class, sorry.
No, I was just asking, how much emphasis do you put on experienced players, the confident players, the guys with leadership skills on the ground to support and get the team to play with a joie de vivre and to actually get some positive performances in? I mean, you see, what's ironic and what makes me really balk as well is that going back to not only Tapper's appointment, then subsequent performances, and the recent Gold Cup came to mind, but there must be other performances where Tapper is clearly seen as not the pinnacle of coaching or managerial excellence. So then you look at the players, and if you, going forward, I mean, and dealing with it now, if you've got players flying in from the Premier League and from top leagues, from the MLS, and they come and they sit down in the dressing room, they hear the instructions from the coach, and then if they're actually looking in his eyes and thinking, don't really rate what this man's saying. I don't. This is the real. I mean, what we're dealing with is right now. Because as I said, going forward, there must be a better coach, whether Jamaican born or overseas, because the crop of players are going to have to look in that coach's eye, just like the Liverpool players, just like the Brazilian players, whether it be club or international level. You need to respect the manager, the coach, and also you need to be motivated and be prepared. You need everything in place. But right about now, we've got a manager that is not the number one in terms of world ranking and ability and experience, but we've got a quality crop of players and experienced players who should, I keep thinking and getting frustrated, I keep thinking and expecting them to produce more. Coach Minzy, you're a coach. Don't you ever get frustrated and say to players who you're coaching, you know what, I've given what I can give, but I'm expecting that you give and give a little bit more. And if that means being innovative, you do it.
Our guy yard.
But let me get Aaron at that question.
Our guy yard.
That statement.
Go on, Sean.
Coach Whitmore said that he is not a coach, he is a manager. And I'm going to say he's not a manager. He is a coach at its simplest. And I say he's not a manager because a manager is a next level thing. Whereas a manager, you should be able to manage personalities and be able to deal with easy personalities and different personalities.
Yeah, but I think though, Sean, sorry to interject, but I think he basically
he was saying he's a manager because he only has 3 days.
I know.
No.
Also,
Sean,
he manages
no,
he manages the players rather than coaching them.
Understand? But my point is that
context he was talking.
My point is he is not managing the players. Period. He's not managing the players. And I say he's not managing the players because one, Craig Butler on the program said, boy, how can the coach? And I'll not even use Craig because Craig is, I don't want to bring Craig into this. What's the guy that was on the show the other night where Stan said did I bleach? Who's that? Yo, he said, how can the coach say him not tell nobody go out there, go play long ball from defense to forward, but in every Jamaica game for the past 5 years at that way I see. So if you haven't been giving them that instruction over the past 5 years, but for 5 years at that way I see straight, then that means that you are not even managing the team, managing the players off the pitch where you can give specific instructions and demand them follow your instructions. So one, he is not managing the players, whether it be on the pitch, and as far as off the pitch is concerned, Theodore Whitmore has a weakness that I'm not a fan of, and it's very obvious. He has a very thin skin. He doesn't develop players. Theodore Whitmore is a man where if you do something wrong or say something wrong, instead of coaching the player off the pitch and try to grow that player mentally as a player, you just eliminate the man from out of the squad. This is not even about Ravel, because the first time I saw him do it was with Darren Mattox. Darren Mattox was in a game, and I don't remember if he scored. I think he had scored, and Theodore Whitmore pulled him maybe like with 75 minutes in the game. And when Mattox was coming off, I think the coach tried and said something to him like, yo, like, you know, like a high five thing or whatever. And Mattox had some attitude coming off, and I think he might have kicked something on the sideline. But it was something to that effect. And Darren Mattox was dropped from the squad for a very long time. You don't need to bench a player, or benching is one thing, but to eliminate the man from out of the squad completely because of something that you as a coach should be able to coach up, they say, and manage that player and help in growing that player off the pitch. He's not doing any of that. Him just have a thin skin. So if him say any type of you give him attitude, a wrong look, or you give him an attitude, you're out the squad completely. So some of the top players in the world could not play for Theodore Whitmore, because I can tell you the top players in the world have these type of personalities where them feel say them know everything and you can't tell them nothing, and you take them out of the game early and no. So back to my original statement, he is not a manager, because a manager manages players on and off the pitch. He is just a coach. He's just managing and giving instructions on the pitch. He's doing nothing to develop these players as men off the pitch.
And gentlemen, I'm gonna ask a simple question.
Question, Devon. Devon, what the question? Yeah. Let me read this super chat. Based on current form, which players should be in the starting 11 and what formation? for me, Nicholson and Antonio share center forward and the right wing rotating. The coach isn't changing right now. All right, yeah, that's true, Guzman. But normally we do the preview closer to the game, rather than do a preview so long like probably 4 or 5 days before the game. No, we don't really do that. So wait until like a day before or 2 days before, then we do the preview.
Look how I start the super chat thing with the $20 up. Say what formation and system we should have played. Why we there at Tabo Tapper? I may get a run on the show. Where me there do? At Tabo Tapper.
Yeah, go ask the question, Devon.
All right, it's just a statement then a question.
Mm-hmm.
Tapper says he did not tell any of his players to play long ball. What does enable you? And people in the chat, if you want to answer this question, you can answer this question. What enables you as a team to play out from the back? And do we have a system in that nature in place to play out of the back?
We don't have no system.
Because I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something to you.
Say it.
The one person who will enable us to play out of the back is not even in this squad.
Which is who?
Ravel.
So
you need a midfielder
link
to go for the ball from the central defenders to link the players from the back to the front. We don't have anybody right now in this team who can do that.
And Devon,
first of all,
yes,
if you give them the ball, they're gonna lose it in critical areas. Because when the pressure comes, they panic and they cannot play through the lines. And this is where our problem is in the national team. We don't have a midfielder who wants the ball, who's going to demand the ball from the back line to get it forward.
Which is what I loved about when I saw footage of when Ravel made his debut against it was Saudi Arabia or Serbia, or saw him play some of his earlier games. The way he demanded the ball, turned, could give and go, make a surgeon run, pass, spray the ball around, play it simple but effectively, and create.
And what happened to that style? Where is it? Is it gone out the door and they shut the door?
Gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
That is why, for me, the best midfield combination is a destroyer and two creative players that can beat the press. Because you see, once you beat that press, it's off to the races. And we know Jamaica love the kick and run thing. Me nah support kick and run. So nobody, please don't come at me that I'm supporting kick and run. Once we beat the press, it's off to the races. Look what Tyreek McGee did once that player pressed him. And he dipped his shoulders and beat the guy, and it's off to the races. That is why the best midfield for me, give me 1 second. That's why for me, the best midfield is the destroyer, Anthony Grant, Ravel, and Tyreek McGee. If we have those three in midfield, I am telling you. But let's talk about playing from the back. You had said we needed Ravel in order to play in the back. I'll do one better than that. One of the issues we have why we are not playing from the back is actually the goalkeeper. Because Blake keep getting the ball and just keep on booting it upfield. He's actually worse than Damian Lowe. Because he's worse than Lowe. Because at least I can say, well, Low I face some pressure and him have some player in him face and him don't know what to do. So him boot is on the field.
He must have
is
played
getting the
past the
ball
pressure
as
when the
well.
pressure come. He
Blake
has to play it past the pressure if the pressure come too hard.
Yeah, but if we are going to play it from out the backfield, it has to start with the goalkeeper. And I don't know where the old Andre Blake went. There was a time when we used to play counter-attacking football where a man make a shot on goal and him get the ball, him dive on the ball, and he just picked it up and threw it out to a wide man and it's after the races. He doesn't even do that anymore. He gets the ball and he's just booting it upfield. So if we are really going to play from out the back, it has to start with the goalkeeper. And from goalkeeper to defense, and once it gets to midfield, you have players in midfield that can beat the press. And those two players are Ravel and Tariq Magee.
Aren't there any more players, Coach Devon, Sean, Coach Minzy? Aren't there other players in the Jamaican squad that are capable of doing exactly what we're asking? The central defensive midfielder, I think, Sean, by the way, I think it's really important. We are lacking, well, technically lacking. I think there are players who can play in that position, but going forward, we're going to have to, or it'd be really invaluable to have smart Anthony Grant type players of a younger vintage who are capable of doing the dirty work, the hard work, mixed with the Tariq Magee. Tariq Magee, I must say, since tuning in and watching Jamaican football, certainly at the international level, someone like Tariq Magee stands out. He's got abilities. But here's the interesting thing, Sean, and Coach Devon, Coach Minzy. In seeing some of the players around the place, I saw some footage of Mattock, Darren Mattox, and Kahim Paris.
Yes, sir.
Jamaica and Nico Brett. Is he in the US? Is he in the USL? Is he a USL player?
I don't even know where he's at.
But okay. But Nico Brett.
Yeah, I'm playing at USL.
Well, I tell you, I'm struck. Jamaica have got some really talented. Yeah, they've got some. We've got talented players who are confident with the ball, can beat a man, can run off the ball, can run into space, and can let off and produce shots. There's a wealth of talent, and to be quite well, Sean, go ahead.
Listen. There is a game, I don't know if you've watched. There's a game I want you to go and watch, right? And it is Jamaica's under-20 versus Mexico under-20 World Cup qualifiers. Somebody tell me what year it was. I don't remember, but it's a goal where it's a game where Tariq Magee scored a screamer, right? And that team right there, I can tell you, sir, that team right there should be the core team that Jamaica is building their future on. And all of them players, they just disappear by the wayside. It's only Tariq Magee from that current squad. If my memory, I don't know if somebody can name a second player, but it's only Tariq Magee. Give me 1 second, Devon. 1 second. I'm going to show you how talented this team was. Jamaica, of course, being Jamaica, butchered their preparation. Jamaica selected the team about the week before the match, or maybe 2 weeks before the match. Just throw some youth on the field. And that team was good enough to where in the group stages, it was them and Mexico, and they were tied on points, but Mexico had the better goal difference. So Mexico went on, because I think they draw the game with Mexico, if my memory serves me correct. But Mexico had the better goal advantage, and Mexico went on to make a run in the tournament. So if you are comparing the two teams, well, Mexico went on and made a run in the tournament, and Jamaica was on level standing with Mexico. It's just that Mexico had the better advantage. Jamaica had the quality to go ahead and make a run in the tournament. So why did we just abandon all those players? Jamaica do this every single time. We have a crop of talented players, that I start a little thing and we see some glimpses and we just abandon the youth them. And then every 4 years we run Ghana, England. I'm not saying we shouldn't go to England. What I'm saying is that we should be consistent in developing the young players, because as good as Tariq Magee is, and I'm a Tariq Magee fan, to all you guys who used to, as soon as you see me come on the show, yeah, I say, Sean, I'm about to come on this with the Tariq Magee thing, and your Tariq Magee, talk to me now. Talk to me now, huh? Tariq Magee is not special.
I wonder if this I go rise up, shatter out obscurity.
Mr. Richard, Tariq Magee is not special.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
He is one special player amongst a bunch of other special and talented players in Jamaica. Right? So why is Tariq Magee the only one that is being given a run from that under 20 squad? In fact, I can tell you that Tariq Magee was not the most talented player in that squad, period. So why is he the only one that's been given a chance?
Coach Devon.
And before I go on, Jerry Miller, you need to listen before you make your comments.
Controversies in the air. Coach Minzy, be prepared to separate them. Be prepared to separate them.
Because I never say that. I never say that.
Let me read the chat.
There are players like DJ who can do the same thing. But Ravel does things that he makes the game simple. Put it this way. He makes it simple. And if you need somebody to help you, aid you to get the ball forward, it's him. And I am not saying that Magee, because I know that's what you're going to come with. I like Tariq Magee. Skillful, but if you analyze his whole game, he is lacking in some department, and I will tell Sean that too. They need to help him along with his defensive side of the game, his awareness of the game, his positioning. He needs to know where his players are on the field and where he is, and to create space to provide timing. Timing on the ball is quality. And if you look at Ravel Morrison, he always has time on the ball, because when you think he is right beside you, he drifts off you and put himself in space to have that time.
Movement.
He playing with Magee. Magee will learn from him, and I would play both of them in the same team.
All right. See, we have some super chat. Me tell us, Sean, comment or get shatter out of obscurity, you know.
And come out.
Forward there. Yeah, man. Yes, the it will. Tariq Magee is special. All right. So Cygnus is saying that Javian Brown, Tariq Magee, Topi, Nikhil Daly was on that team, that under 20 team. All right. Guzman is saying
can you tell me where is Nikhil Daly now?
I think him there
he's in the USL.
USL him there, man, yeah.
He's playing for one of those USL teams, yeah.
Guzman again is saying, who remembers Alex Marshall? Where is he? He's in Canada playing football. Magee is special, bro. I hear people say he is Jamaican Messi. Bad boy at Shatter. All right, I see another super shot coming in. So allow you gentle people to talk again. All right. Sean dropped that. Sean is saying, now highlight. Show green.
It's there on the screen, man.
Oh yeah, Jamal Topi should absolutely be in this squad. It look like him just a come back to fitness. He never did play ball for a while, you know.
Yeah, I'm not.
Him body look out of shape to me. You can see the belly bang under him shirt and all of these things. So yeah, I think he was out of shape. Him just get back a little bit.
But you see all these names, Gentlemen and viewers and subscribers, all these names, I'm getting used to seeing a raft, a stream, a flow of names that makes me then go to YouTube and check out just exactly who these players are. With all of this talent, I mean, all right, Sean, I challenge you to this. Coaches, I challenge you to this. Which direction would you feel comfortable with Jamaica going in, say, the next decade? Fast forward 10 years' time. Would you be confident in the bulk, 6'5", in favor of young Jamaican outstanding talent, born in Jamaica, gone elsewhere, but young Jamaican talent forming the bulk of the national team? Or would you be, in 10 years, a decade's time, be content and willing and looking for Jamaican football to go in the direction of tried and trusted Premier League, Belgian League, ready, MLS, prime and ready talent to represent from all corners for Jamaica? Which direction would you feel comfortable, gentlemen, viewers and subscribers on the chat? Which direction would you feel most comfortable in going?
I don't want to eat from just one side of my plate, right? And if we only select overseas-based players, that's what we are doing. If we only select Jamaican players, that's what we are doing. What I would like to see is Jamaica put the mechanisms in place to develop the Tariq McGee's, the Jamai Topi, and bring them through the system. Jamaica has the talent in Jamaica, the schoolboy talent, to compete with the best of the best in the world, just like they do in track and field. And if you guys don't know, I'm a track and field athlete, run track and field, coach track and field, but just love the football team. Jamaica has the talent to compete with the best of the best in football, just like they do in track and field. But what's the difference between football and track and field? There is a system in track and field. There is one of those Henry Ford timeline and Henry Ford production belt to get them from primary school to high school, and from high school into either college overseas or college in Jamaica or club in Jamaica. There is a process. There is a Henry Ford production belt. There's none of that in football. That is why we are not competing with the best of the best in the world in the football arena.
I see Shatta is having a deflated moment.
You can inflate him?
Huh?
Can you inflate him?
No, not my duty. Not my duty. Not my duty at all. but I mean, I saw it go Shatta. You have with us rally and come again. Because Guzman is still the boy and Guzman a lead right now. They say defeat upon your home court. Yeah, gentlemen, we have reached to that part of the program where a lot of us not like, you know.
Time.
Yeah, man. A lot of us don't like this part of the program, but you know, all good things they say must come to an end. And if we go on, the thing will go, you know, set away. So we have to regroup, refresh, and forward tomorrow. You see me I say? See a super chatter coming here from Tennessee. Tennessee, big up yourself, man. Hold on, I wrong thing me quick. Tennessee is saying that I can't understand. So if the players are so talented, why are they not playing for the better club? Maggie played 14 minutes in 2 years for his club.
I'm gonna give my other panelists to get a first run at it. If you guys like, I'll go after you guys.
Well, that is you steering down the barrel, you know. So there's no way we can answer that or counter that. I'm steering down the barrel.
I got you.
I am not gonna answer that question because
you're
I
tapping
just
out.
talk about him and says there are certain aspect of his game is lacking. So if Tennessee was listening, Tennessee would would hear me and probably see why.
Let me answer that. So I'm gonna give Richard a chance to answer the question. Richard, or if you wanna pass.
I'm gonna pass it on because I'm gonna use the WC very quietly.
Okay, all right, watch this. It said, I don't understand if the players are so talented, why Tariq McGee playing for better club? I'm sorry, why Tariq McGee play 14 minutes in 2 years for his club? Those 14 minutes in 2 years, what does that have to do with Jamaica's national team? How many points did Jamaica get or lose from those, games that he played? It's the same thing we said about Ravel. He is not playing and him only played for 10 clubs, or he only played for, or he played. It's the same thing we said about Ravel. But when Ravel comes to the national team, we see what he brings. So who cares why Tariq McGee is not in favor or he doesn't fit into the system at his current club? We're not business about that. The only thing we care about, or the only thing we care about, is that the last highlight I saw of Tariq McGee, somebody from Costa Rica step up on him and him never like it and him body shift the man and dismiss the man, goal. So with them 14 minutes there have to do with Jamaica and Jamaica's national team. I don't care about that. That just tells me that he does not fit into somebody else's system. That's it. Same thing for Ravel. His attitude don't work. Him not play. Me no business about that. He comes and he plays for Jamaica and he looks like a professional footballer playing against schoolboys, dismissing everybody. We saw how he walked. Literally, the man literally walked and weaved his way amongst Saudi Arabia players. Literally just walking and weaving, looking like a professional player amongst like schoolboys. So I'm in a business where him doing him the Afim club. I saw what he did when he put on that jersey for Jamaica. That's the only thing I care about.
Somebody say I'm not gonna make it a Belgium because them focus on different aspect of the game.
Listen.
So you probably need to leave.
Listen, so, and that might be true because different countries have different style of play. So can we really send Tariq McGee as Spain go play tiki-taka? Really, think. Can we send, no, send that, so let's not even say Tariq McGee. Can we send a developed Jamaican player in their 20s to go Spain, go play tiki-taka? I would say no, unless them.
We can't send him, but what will happen when he reach?
Yeah. So I can't speak as to why he's not fitting in at his club. I see what he's doing. I see the talent when he's playing in the national colors, and that's the only thing that should matter.
That's a very important question. A very important point. I don't know if everyone's had a chance to speak, but I saw on I saw Sports Formula commentating and breaking down a 14-minute appearance by.
Well, on the Guzman is saying again, players should get called based on their performance at their club. Every other country does that. That's why we're not getting better results.
United States does not do that, because if that's the case, Pulisic wouldn't be seen the pitch. So that is not true, sir.
And I will agree with Sean there. It's interesting. There are different criteria. Ideally, you'd like to have players who are playing first team football, representing your country because they've got time under their belt.
Every time.
Doesn't always happen. And sometimes when players are called up for their national team,
but I think that is the majority.
They play well.
I think that is the majority.
So that is the majority, but there has to be exception to every rule.
Yeah, man, you have exception to every rule. So I think Guzman is talking about the majority.
Yes.
So the exception is a minute amount of a case.
Yeah,
probably.
I mean, Tariq McGee, the quality and ability that he has, I hope he gets more time under his belt for that Belgium club he's playing for. But I think he's got tremendous ability. And what I'm most concerned about is, has he got the confidence in himself to perform at the international level? Coach Devon alluded to his need to become a more rounded midfield player, and that includes maybe improving his fitness levels, his game awareness. And if he's got the mentality, I don't know him well enough to determine whether mentally and footballing IQ wise and drive, he has that determination to improve and work on his game physically, mentally and psychologically. If he does, I think he's a tremendous asset for Jamaica. And again, I've got to say, I've seen plenty more talent, and Sean's alluded to it. There's plenty more terrific young talent that can actually make a name at the national level and for clubs. So I'm wishing them well. Coach Minzy, when you want us to wrap up, you just say it. I want someone to sing the national anthem. I'm telling you that now.
No,
I tried earlier.
Richard,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not allowing you to sing that national anthem again. We know why you're getting another problem. And then you cannot speak. Because when I look at time, there was a lull now. We can't hear you. I mean, I have to even take you off my screen because it was like something was going to be dished your way. Anyways, I thought that program that it nice, real man, in terms of the humor.
It still might be, a 5 o'clock right about no AM. By the time church calls, she might have to say her prayers and forgive what she's gonna do to me in a few hours time before she puts on our Sunday best. So pray for me, people. Pray for me. Lord have mercy. Oh God. Oh God.
Oh God. Yeah, man. Where's the Jason? The spiky little catch him.
It's a touch and go. If you're gonna see me Sunday, I hope it can run. I hope it can run, my Lord.
But Richard, enough. Where I get that chum in the boss. There's sneaky thing there.
I know Tiddlywinks business. This real.
No man, that's so like a Tiddlywinks thing I go with, man. Yeah, man. Right. So may I give the floor. These people think Jamaica should always be experimenting. God help you. Boy, Guzman, God help you indeed. So let me hear military, big up yourself. Let me hear military as now. If club games don't matter, that means we should have a problem with ACA playing. Then based off, we shouldn't have a problem with ACA playing. Then based off what we, exactly, military, exactly. The club important. Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying the club is not important. I'm not saying the club is not important. I mean, that's not what I am saying. I mean, I think we made it clear that that is the majority.
Yeah, the majority.
The time, but there are exceptions to the rule.
Yeah.
And Mr. Watson could be one. Mr. Watson could be one. I've not looked on the YouTube yet. And you know what? After this, before I go and catch my sleep, I'm going to hopefully sleep well, having watched the video of Mr. Watson in action in his pump. Is it worth watching footage of Mr. Watson in his pump?
I would encourage you to go watch Jamaica under-20 versus Mexico under-20 and check out Tariq McGee and the All-Star under-20 Jamaica team and ask yourself, where are they now?
I'm going to do just that. Time is winding down, but you know what, Coach?
Give us some final thoughts in short, 30 seconds. Because we're closing up. People will give one of the minutes on the ask for the extra minutes. You got the extra minutes.
Yes, it did.
Go ahead, Richard. 30 seconds.
It's been a pleasure. We have a passion here and amongst the viewers and subscribers for the Jamaican national team. I'm putting the national team efforts full square as our priority. Time is ticking, and we are looking forward with bated breath, I certainly am, to watching Jamaica take to the field. I hope that the training goes well and that there's unity. And please, Lego are just lower down the tap out. out. That now benefit we. Right about now, focus and put some energy, some vibes. I've been to the mountaintop. You know, see me beard up. Mercy, please, Charlton Heston can't have nothing upon me. Come on, let's go, Jamaica. Let's get behind the boys and get some points on the board and put in a performance. Next man up, come in.
I have a feeling that you have seen the promised land.
Give us your final thoughts.
I just want
really touch
everybody to just rally behind the coach and the team and just give them our blessings and support to deliver us. As Richard said, he has been to the mountains, and I hope he has seen the promised land. Free again.
So the next 3 games are where? United States,
Jamaica, and Honduras.
So it's United States, Honduras, and Canada.
No, Canada first,
then Honduras.
Canada first, then Honduras.
All right.
US, Canada, Honduras in that order.
Home away.
What a thing if Tapa gets 6 points out of 9 in the next round. Let's see what them say.
Him can't something there. That would be a big deal. But as I said, make us see what they will say.
Make we see what them say. And for me, if him not get no result in other round, then brother, give somebody else a chance to drive the car. But for me, it's too late to switch up the thing. But if the car drive and I go bush, then we don't have no choice. But let's see what happens if he should get 6 out of 9.
All right, so big up yourself, people. Big up to the panelists who were on. We have Tiddly Wings, Richards, we have Sean Ellis, we have Devon, Coach Devon, and we had Cranky that was on. And big up to the Crankers then. People will not even touch the topic really. Because as you can see, the marketing manager has resigned. You know, she has probably a few more days in office. We started by looking at what the players did today. We didn't get an opportunity to finish that because I know an argument sweet, you have to just put something aside and just continue. You know what I mean? So big up to all the people in the comment section. Big up to the Erudite squad. Jay Quim, Guzman, Shatta, Jason, Neo. Is it Mr. Edison? Yeah, man. And Will Smith, Mike Larry, big up on yourself. All these persons are part of the Coaches Desk squad, the Erudite squad. These are members of the team. You know what I mean? Big up to all the super chat tonight. Trust me. On the outdo yourself. John. So definitely it's the second night of the TripleTreat. Tomorrow is the final night, and we will delve into some more hot topic where the Reggae Boyz is concerned. Pick up on yourself, people. Like we normally stay safe. Take care of yourself. And peace out. Alright? But before we do all of that, you know, say, we don't have to get a little style and flavor.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.